Hey, hey. We're gonna see if Flight Sim's cooperating today. Hopefully it will. Should that fail, I think we might do some DCS. I'll probably do some DCS later anyway. Kind of feel like flying that again, but we'll start out with some Flight Sim. Kind of pick up where I left off last stream when it decided not to cooperate. You know me, Super. I have the best timing in the world. It's possible. It is possible because the reason my stream cycle or stream schedule is so messed up is because my sleep schedule's messed up again. So, hooray! All right, I think that'll do us for the intro. Or what passes for an intro around here, anyway. Hello. I need to fix my webcam again because I forgot to do that. Give me a moment here. That should do it. And in just a moment, you should see MSFS in the background. No, I haven't yet. I literally just woke up like an hour ago, went out and bought some milk and some stuff I needed from the servo down the road. That's been my day so far. So we're going to be flying something a little different than usual today. This is what I was leading into flying last stream, and then the sim crashed on me. So this is the Astro 1. It's based on, I think it's called a Jetson or something like that. It's like a quadcopter, except you sit in it. I would never get in one in real life because, you know, anything that can't glide or auto-rotate, I'm not getting in. But it's a pretty nifty little thing for sightseeing in MSFS. So that's what we're going to fly, assuming it doesn't, you know, shit its pants again. Just a little worried because I've had the sim running in the background like all day because I launched it before I went to go get some sleep, just to make sure that like everything was up to date. And I'm not sure how it's going to cope with running all day just on the world map, but we'll see how we go. Yeah, it's electric motors, and they're tiny like little props on it too, or rotors, whatever you want to call them. So here we go. I've got the plexiglass tub instead of the opaque one. You can change that out. So if you get a little afraid of the fact you can see through the bottom of the thing, you can swap it to carbon fiber. Notably, it's not rated for diving in deep water. Don't do that. This is your little throttle thingy here, or collective question mark. And it's got a couple different modes on it too. I don't entirely remember how to activate each one. It's got like quasi. Hang on, let me just reset my tracker. It's got like quasi HOTAS going on. My frames are shit again, apparently, for some reason. Recurring theme when I stream. I'm probably have to switch back to NVEnc for encoding rather than CPU, because CPU seems to not play nice with MSFS or DCS at the moment. Let's buzz around the airport for a minute. That road should be so much busier. There should be so much traffic on that road, it's not funny. Watch out for the crane. So what I was going to do last stream was I was going to buzz around some of the places I've been out hiking recently, because they're quite beautiful. I've got to find them first, though, which could be challenging. Now this thing, as modelled in MSFS, does have a sport mode, which basically doubles its speed, doubles the control response, everything like that. It makes it extremely twitchy, and, like, I would say uncomfortably twitchy to fly for me, so we're just going to use a regular mode. It's a little slower, but that's alright, we're not in a hurry anyway. Yes, Veritech, essentially. It's pretty much just a quadcopter with a dude sitting in it. There's Fishwick over there. So I think the first place I'll head is out to the southwest a bit. It's where the Molonglo River and the Murrumbidgee River cross over, Uriara Crossing. But it's a fair ways out to the southwest, so it'll take us a little while to get there. In the meantime, we can enjoy the view of Canberra. I probably should have replaced the batteries in this before I took off. Oh well, it'll be fine. There's a click spot to do it. I think it's under the seat or something. There's also a speed boost mode. Which I do not remember how to activate. I haven't flown this much. It's just kind of something I jump in every now and then for a little bit of casual sightseeing, because it's, you know, a little better for it than a helicopter, a full-size helicopter. It can fit into some pretty tight spaces. It's very agile, very responsive, and because of just how quickly it responds to inputs, you don't need to worry as much about sudden changes in collective as you would in a helicopter. It's gonna explode like a Tesla now. Yeah. Hope not. There's a fucking lot of Teslas around here. I always worry whenever I walk past one that it's gonna blow up. That or run me over in autopilot mode. Although I'm not even sure if it's legal to use the fucking autopilot mode here. Because, you know, we have reasonably strict road rules. As they fucking should be. So I can tell you what that building is. That's the Australian Federal Police headquarters right there. This is the National Gallery underneath this. The flat-looking one, I think, is the Portrait Gallery, and then this one's the High Court. That, I forget which building that is. either that one's treasury or the one like over there is treasury. I can never remember which. That's Questicon underneath the nose. That's like a sort of science themed. Well, it is a science thing, but it's like kids go there on school trips. Adults go there when they want to have some fun. It's got like all cool sciencey stuff in it. I don't know how you describe Questicon with actual words. National Library. Obviously, that's Parliament there. Old Parliament House is the white building there behind behind that one. And then there's a shit ton of embassies and stuff around here. Don't ask me which is which, I can't remember. Oh, you guys want to see something really cool? Really cool? I'll show you. We have to go back towards Barton for that, though. Buzzing the police in the aircraft. It's not properly rated. Don't worry about it. I was just telling chat, it's, we've got the alternative to swap out the Perspex bucket under the seat for a carbon fiber one, so we could go deep sea diving. Okay, so that's Parliament, right? That's... fucking frame rate, man. That's the seat of government for this country. And then this is all, like, really major government departments. Now, fucking Lockmart. Lockmart live right along here somewhere. One of these buildings. That one, I think. That's how close they are to Parliament. Completely good and normal things, right? Very normal, well-adjusted society to have Lockmart that close to Parliament. All the other buildings around them are like the Australian Chamber of Commerce, the like National Farmers Lobby. They're like groups that actually make sense to be that close to Parliament. Even then, it's a bit. But yeah, that's where Lockmart live. Northrop Grumman are, you know, they don't quite get the prestige that Lockmart get these days, so they're more out Fishwick way. They have to settle with being out Fishwick. That's our spooky friends over there behind me on the other side of the lake. ASIO, ASIS, the Americans are over there too. Australian War Memorial's at the far end of that avenue. So you've got a direct line of sight from Parliament to the War Memorial and back, which is a great thing in theory. In practice, I'm not sure it really makes the politicians hesitate anymore before they send dudes off to die. But the thought was, you know, thought counts. I gotta get a water fix for this so the water's not over the bridges. That's civic, so that's what counts for like a city centre in Canberra. It's okay, but like there's not a lot to do there, to be real. National Museum in front of me, Black Mountain over there. So all of this is Lake Burley Griffin. This used to just be farmland, and the Molonglo River kind of ran through it, but they dammed it up to form an artificial lake. There's a couple of artificial lakes around Canberra. It's artificial in the sense that it exists because it was man-made, but there was a watercourse here. It's just been dammed up. It's Woden over there, those tall buildings. Belconnen is on the other side of Black Mountain, so you won't see it from here. Thinking about the distance I'm going to have to fly, maybe I should have brought something a little faster. That'll be fine. Like I said, we're not in a hurry. Rotor hubs have RGB? Yep. I just realized how quickly we're draining the battery. Uh-oh. I think it's only rated for like an hour of flight or something like that, and we're running it pretty up on the power, so that's not going to be helping. So that hill there, or the one next to it, I think is the National Arboretum. So we should be coming up to the Scrivener Dam pretty soon. And then once we get to the Scrivener Dam, I should be able to follow the road to figure out where I need to go. How's the auto rotate? It doesn't. It doesn't. There is none. As far as I'm aware. So a bunch of these peaks around Black Mountain, I've done hikes to pretty recently. Don't ask me to find the specific ones though, I wouldn't be able to. We're going to the river crossing because that's the easiest to find pretty much. It's real easy to spot, whereas the others are a little harder. It's a planner for rotofails. Head between legs, kiss ass goodbye. Yep, that's the Arboretum there. I know where we're going, kind of. Modern safety standards, yeah. Yeah, it's innovation, right? It's innovative tech, or safety standards. Tech bros hate fucking safety because it stifles innovation. There's the Scrivener Dam. So the area we're going to should be more or less in front of us now. Actually, you know what? What am I saying? Why would I follow the road? I can follow the fucking river. That's what we're supposed to be following anyway. So yeah, we'll follow this. This is the Molonglo River. So the Molonglo is a reasonably small river. It's not like anything of huge national importance, whereas the Murrumbidgee is a pretty big boy. Because of where our journey takes us, we'll also get to rant about some urban planning stuff, because boy are we fucking up the urban planning right now. Look in front of me. So there's a bunch of newer suburbs popping up around the edges of Canberra, and in bits of parkland and stuff like that, in between the existing suburbs. Watch out for the power lines there. And they are hideously planned. They're either the typical, you know, clear the land and fill it with housing as much as you can pack in, McMansions everywhere, that kind of shit. It's either that, or, and they have like one bus stop at the entrance road, so you have to walk like 2 kilometers if you live at the far end of the housing estate. Or they're building tower blocks, but they're not building them in a sensible way. Like, it's... You need a car to get anywhere, there's just no rhyme or reason. What the fuck? We got some weird terrain shit going on here. Must be the edge of the photogrammetry. Anyway, it is not well planned. So, places like Denman Prospect, what's the other one that's next to it? Fucking... I don't remember. But, like, this general area is really badly planned out. Because we're not allowed to have good urban planning, because good urban planning is communist. Trying to remember. I think this is where we want to go. It's hard to tell because the other thing is they all look the fucking same. And because we're out of the photogrammetry area, I can't recognize individual buildings. So we might have to buzz around a bit while I figure out which suburbs which, and if we found the right road. I think this is the right one, but we'll find out. Turn the music up a bit. Can't hear it. Oh, you know what we need to do first? We need to land and replace the batteries or we're gonna die. So let's do that. I might need to consult the cheetah map as well so I can figure out where exactly I am. It won't. You can't land it with no power. Like, you actually cannot land it with no power, dude. There is a specific hover mode, by the way, designed for landing, which makes it a little less touchy on the collective, but I kind of can't be arsed using it. On the other hand, when you hit ground effect, it really bobs into the air. And there's just enough delay in the controls. Come on, set down. I also can't remember which button activates the fucking hover mode, so that doesn't help. There we go, we're down. Alright. That's one battery replaced. Where's the other one? Is it in front of me, maybe? Oh god, what did I just do? Oh, right, this is the... Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Now I've got to remember how to get back into it. There we go. We got 2 full batteries now. See the A2A video? No, not yet. I haven't really been keeping up with MSFS stuff lately at all. I haven't had the time. See the way it leaps off the ground. I didn't even give it that much welly. Okay, let's get this thing moving, and let's consult the cheetah map so I can figure out roughly where I am. Also just realized I forgot to enable something. Okay, yeah, we are going, I think, the correct-ish direction. This is where we want to be, I think, up here. So we'll see if we can get back to the Molongolo and follow that, because that'll make it a lot easier to figure out where we are. A real walk around where you have to check colour of the gas and oil and all that stuff. Nice. I've seen there's a few modules that do something similar to that, although I don't know if they do it to that degree of detail. Just realised I forgot to turn FSLTL on. If I can get it to start. There we go. There's the river. Yeah, I've got the tri-motor already, I saw that, so that was actually why I fired the sim up earlier, was to grab it before I forgot. Haven't flown it yet, though. Not sure what's going on there. I don't remember seeing chimneys along the river like that. I mean, maybe they are there, but I don't remember seeing them. That'll be, We Love VFR doing that, I think. So there's probably some sort of navigation obstacle there, I just don't know if it's a chimney. Now, one of the upsides of Canberra is that there's a lot of, like, bush around it, so if you actually want to go out and touch grass, there's plenty of grass to touch. There's not a lot else to do in Canberra aside from museums, but there's plenty of grass touching you can do. And it's quite nice around this area particularly. It doesn't sprawl yet, but it will. It's getting there, because they're building all these new suburbs from arsehole to breakfast all over the place. But yeah, Australian cities in general, except for Sydney and maybe Brisbane, Melbourne as well, they don't sprawl like you would see in North America. See how quickly the batteries drain on this? We're down to 91% already. We just changed them out a couple minutes ago. Somewhere along here, just near where the rivers converge, there's a little, like, wooden bridge kind of strung out between the rocks. It's quite cool. I thought I saw a power line. Duck under that. I was watching the keynote presentation that they did for the Flight Sim Expo, and they were talking about having terrain resolution down to like 15 centimeters in a lot of areas, which is pretty impressive. It should fix a lot of the issues here where you see water climbing up the side of a mountain or whatever. Most of that comes from, well, there's two places that comes from. One is the terrain resolution being too low, and the other is water is very reflective, as you might imagine, and the satellites that are used for elevation mapping really do not like reflections. It really fucks with them. And so you end up with water doing things that water shouldn't do. No, these are from a separate mod. I don't think We Love VFR adds many power lines, if any. But there's a separate mod that that adds power lines across the entire world, and it also has, like, you know, the ones with the little red and white or red and yellow baubles on them near airports and across gorges and stuff, so you can see them. It's quite handy. I forget who made it. It's the same person that made the Marinas mod, though. And for those of you who liked what you saw at Canberra Airport, that's by... I can never remember the name of his company. I think it's like Impulse Scenery or something like that. But he's one of the guys that kind of hangs out in a lot of the flight sim streams on Twitch. Did a bunch of Australian scenery, airports mostly, really good stuff. Okay, this is the Murrumbidgee now. So that was the Molonglo we were following. Oh, this thing does not like combat turns, Jesus Christ. Don't fly it like a helicopter, because it ain't. So that's the Molonglo there, this is the Murrumbidgee. This area of the rivers, it's not quite rapids, but like there's a lot of little islands and rocks and stuff sticking out of it the water flows through. It's quite nice. And a bit further along the Murrumbidgee here is a little like picnic and camping area. Just J-hooked it in the water? Yep. Interestingly enough, the Autogen hasn't picked up the trees on that hillside. I don't know why. But it is pretty heavily wooded, this whole area is. There's the bridge, so that's your walking trail there. And to get to that trail, you either pull off the side of the road there, or you kind of climb up over the rocks here. There should be a bunch of rocks there. And then this is the little sort of recreation area just down here. It's a big island, and it's in amongst these trees. You won't really see it, but it's like down there. Pretty awesome spot. So if any of you were wondering why the other week I was off Discord for the entire day, instead of shitposting as usual, that's why I was out wandering around here. It's quite pleasant. Let's head back to civilization, shall we? If we can find our way back from here. Then our next flight, I think we'll do a Norseman flight. There's a few other things I want to do too. I don't know if I'll do them all today though. I do want to get some DCS in. And I also don't know how long I can expect MSFS to go without crashing. If we went further south, we could find the observatory, which there is scenery for in the default sim, and then I've got some custom stuff that adds to it as well. But again, this thing's kind of slow and also very, very short-legged, so I'm not sure we'll get there on the batteries we have, and it'll take us a while. We might hit that up another time. take something a little quicker. NASA station freeware? Not sure. I've got that big mod that adds all of the fucking observatories and shit, except old mate, I guess, as a sort of virtue signal thing, decided to remove every single observatory located in Russia, which is like... Stick it to Putin, I guess, by removing Russia from your scenery pack. Like, what the fuck? So I'm probably not going to update that one for the time being. Oh, yeah. That's probably the one I have. So there's that, and I don't remember if there's scenery from Mount Stromlo as well. I think there is. What I really want scenery of is the fucking ionospheric research array at Zmiev. It's like southeast of Kharkiv. It used to be attached to, well, probably still is attached to the Technical University there, the old Kharkiv State University. It's glorious. It looks like something out of fucking James Bond. But not only is it, you know, is it not a scenery item in MSFS by default, but there's not even good satellite imagery of the area, because there must have been a giant cloud over the top of it or something, and so it's all just like pixelated generic textures. Speaking of pixelated textures, I don't know why it hasn't put a forest there. It's kind of surprisingly spotty around Canberra. Like, you got really good scenery in places and really bad in others. Alright, we're back to complete failures of urban planning. Excellent. This shit pisses me off so bad, man. Like, it's so badly laid out. Makes no sense. It's such a bad use of land. It's only marginally a better use of land than a fucking golf course. What is this thing? It's based on something called a Jetson 1. It's basically a quadcopter you sit in. I'll give you guys an external view. Just give me a sec to stabilize it a little. There it is. It's tiny. Absolutely tiny. Mount a stinger to it. I'm not sure how it'd handle the, like the sketchy weight distribution or the impulse from the stinger firing, to be honest with you. Probably fry something as well. We just got done explaining it, Chocolate. Jesus. Head up this way a bit. I think we did that hill the other week as well. I can't remember. Future transport solution, it's a solution in search of a problem. If you gave the average person one of these, they would cause so many safety hazards so quickly, and that's before you even consider what happens if the engines fail. Like, it's just inherently dangerous. Like, you'd have people crossing actual aircraft flight paths with these things, you'd have them hitting power lines, you'd have them hitting each other. There is probably no timeline where the general public are trusted with a vehicle that they can fly like this. And if that timeline happens, I don't want to live in it, because it's just going to be an absolute dumpster fire. The other thing is it only holds one person, it can't carry any cargo. Like, it barely fits a person, let alone cargo. So you're not actually transporting anything. And, like, you can't give one to each person, because the amount of fucking rare earth materials you need to build something like this, for the batteries, for the electric motors, like the windings in them, it's not viable. Just with them. Yeah, stick a big pole to the front of it. Sorry about the frames, guys. MSFS doing MSFS things. It's fine when I'm not streaming. It's just, it doesn't like it when I'm streaming, apparently. Probably have to change my settings a little. Let's make it bigger for cargo. There's a company, I don't know if you've heard of it. What the fuck is the traffic doing? I'm not sure if you've heard of it. You might want to put in a job application for them, though. Dahir Inshat. I think they would like your ideas. They're all about the cargo quadcopters. That's Belconnen there. It's so weird. So the scenery in the sim is about 10 years behind real life, 10 or 15 years behind. I can tell because places where I used to live, buildings still exist that were demolished about 5 years ago, and buildings don't exist yet that were built 10 years ago. So I know roughly the time period on the scenery. Well, Belconnen 10 years ago had like one medium-rise tower in it. Belconnen now has about 20 different high-rises in it. It looks completely different. So it's almost unrecognizable in the sim unless you're flying high enough up to spot the lake, Lake Ginninderra. What about the suburbs? Yes, there's more of them. they're so badly laid out as well, man. It's fucked. So another thing that MSFS 2024 is supposedly going to fix is the trees. There'll be more variety and they won't be scaled too large, because these are... Sorry, I got a scratch. These are way too large. Like, this shit looks like I Am Legend, right? It's nowhere near this wooded in real life. These trees are much smaller. There's a lot of trees, they're just smaller. Like, this looks like a fucking jungle. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. This is in Northbourne Avenue as we come into Civic, which is the city centre. You know, or what counts as a city centre in Canberra. I'm not even sure how many of these buildings, like the older buildings, are still here, because this has been heavily developed. They're building new towers as we speak, so I feel like a lot of the older, brutalist-looking buildings that you see in MSFS don't exist anymore. I know certainly some of them in Belconnen don't, unfortunately. Here we go. This is the Sydney building, and the one behind us is the Melbourne building, I think, or it could be the other way around. The ACT legislature is one of these buildings, the big square boys. You got a theatre. There's an art gallery somewhere in there as well. And then the Canberra Centre, which is like a big mall, is this thing over here with the green roof. It's pretty big. It goes all the way across the road. And this is old public housing. I don't know if this is still here, actually. I think it's been... I want to say it's been demolished, but... Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure it has. Oi! That didn't happen. Nobody saw a thing. But yeah, that's all like new tower blocks now. Anyway, on to the next flight. That'll teach me. See, this is why we shouldn't have high-rises. They're a navigation hazard when you're too busy looking at something else. Exactly. That's exactly why I don't think they'll ever be, like, a thing for general public use. Is because that will happen. That is exactly what will happen. Like, most people shouldn't be allowed to drive. I'm going to be real with you. Most people should not be allowed to drive a car. I don't think we should give out driver's licenses as easily as we do. I think probably 90% of the population don't deserve one and shouldn't be allowed to have one. So, putting them in something that flies? Absolutely not. Alright, let's do something completely different. We'll set the time once I figure out where I'm going to fly from. Let's see if I can find a... seaplane base that has a parking spot so I can actually start the aircraft up. But there aren't many in the sim that do, unfortunately. And I can never remember which ones do and which ones don't. I know there's a couple in BC, but I don't remember which. That's an actual land-based airport. Probably a bit further south there might be some. Seashell, maybe? Oh yeah, Seashell's got some. We'll fly from out here. I was going to go further inland, but this'll do. All players live? Yeah. I always fly on all players. I forget which server I'm on. I think I'm on West US. Yep. Let's see. Where's the Norseman? We've gone past it. I know there's a search box, which I should probably have used. It would have saved me time, but whatever. There it is. Norseman with floats. Give her about 90% fuel. Oh shit, we got a raid. Chill Maze! Thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Good to see you. We're just about to fire up a Norseman in BC for a little bit of flying around. Lighten up the pilots a little. We'll bring the cargo forward slightly. Can I not change that? Oh, I guess I have to do it through this. Bring that up to 250. 250. 250, and then the back two will bring back to 150. On the back three, actually. Oh, actually, all it's doing is shifting my CG to the side. Maybe I should just leave it. Same weight for... There we go. That's close enough. That'll do us. I just wanted to bring the CG forwards a touch. Cool. Well, let's get this thing up and running. I've only flown the Norseman a couple times actually since it came out. I quite like it, but I just haven't been on flight sim that much for a while. I've been too busy, so it'll be nice to get back into it and see if I can remember how to start it. Take off more because the Earth is curved. Yes, very much so. The first time I flew it, I was impressed by just how long of a takeoff run this thing has, so we're going to need a lot of open water. Which we should have at Seashell, at least. Flew the giant rubber ducky through Vancouver again to remind us about how tax dollars are spent. I mean, I've got a giant rubber ducky in the sim. Oh, it started the aircraft already. Hang on. It's because I changed the aircraft after I picked where to take off from. It's a really annoying thing. I hope they change in the next sim update. So you have to select your aircraft and then select your parking spot. Otherwise, it'll just default you to the runway. And if you defaulted to the runway, the aircraft's already running. And I always forget about it. There we go. Oh, but we're going to have to reset all of this and then remember to reset that. So 90% fuel. Turn down pilot weight a bit. There we go. And bring this back to 150 and 150 maybe. Good enough. All right, so we close that and then we go select departure from here, set our time, make it morning. So I don't really have a plan for this flight. We'll just kind of buzz around, I guess. I usually don't have plans for these kinds of things. I just like to explore and chill. There we go. Right. Get the camera set up, get my tracker reset, and now I gotta remember where everything in this plane is. Battery, gen, get our navs on. We don't really need our landing light, we can see well enough. Dome light switch doesn't work, I guess. Oh, there we go, cockpit light. Compass. Weird that, I mean, I guess they're... Are they both gyro compasses? Like, does this thing not have a whiskey compass? Anyway. Compass on. There's your fuses. Okay, these are our instrument lights, I guess. This is pretty cool, by the way. Check this out. So we can actually set our cargo type. So crates or barrels. We can set it to mixed cargo and passengers. So we got a couple crates and then our passenger bench there. All our covers and doors and everything are dealt with anyway, so we don't need to worry too much about that. All right. So I need to make sure it's kind of weird that has that effect on temperature right away, but we're going to leave the shutters open for now. I've got to remember where the fuel pump is, so we've got to actually open the fuel valves to begin with. That's rear belly. We want to get the fuel out of the rear first because we're a little tail heavy, so we'll hit that. I think that's a water rudder or something, I forget. That's our ventilation, our primer. is probably, I think that might be it down there. Is there anything up top? Like I said, it's been a while since I've flown it. Just trim. That thing's a fucking... I wish they hadn't put that in. That's like a G3000 or some shit, so we're just going to leave that up. What am I flying? I'm flying a Norseman, and what server? West US. We're up at Seashell in BC. So we'll set our mags. We will hit this a few times. Don't know what that is. Fuel pump, maybe. Like I said, I've flown this once and it was a while ago, so I've forgotten what everything does. Actually, I bet that's a primer. The ventilator is the thing under it that you can't click. It's, I don't know what the code is, to be honest with you. But this is your nearest land-based here. Cap 3. Alright. Where's my fuel pressure gauge in this? That's a question I should have asked a while ago, actually, is where's my fuel pressure? That's your amount. This is your fuel-air ratio. It's not going to help me much. Should be pressure somewhere. That's volts, or voltage. You know what, we're just going to give it a couple pumps, slam the starter and see what happens. And we'll hit that too, because I think it's kind of like the N2, where you've got 2 pumps you have to hit. Right, starter. Oh, I see. I've got to energize it and then engage. I always get that backwards. It doesn't have a code. This one doesn't have a code as far as I know. We're getting pushed through the piers here. I don't know if this thing has a... You know what, actually? Give me a second. We're gonna just use slew here to get me back in between the piers, and then we're gonna... I think there is an anchor, or something that passes as one. So we're gonna use that just to stop the plane from drifting. So give me a second here. I think chocks counts as an anchor in the seaplane version. I guess we'll see. Oh, there's my fuel pressure. I'm dumb. Damn, I wish I could read. So we want this. I guess while it's spinning, I'm going to have to start pumping that like mad, probably. Nope. Come on, man. Now the prop's not even turning. That's a good sign. You know what? We're just this time, because I'm apparently too stupid to work this out today, we're just gonna do that. Because I think I kind of need something bound so I can do 3 things at once with this plane. Chocks do not, in fact, serve as an anchor, we just discovered. Alright, we're going to want to take off down there, because it's going to take a lot of space to get us off the water. Also got to remember where the flap control in this is. That's it there. Okay. Give her 1 click of flaps. And off we go. We're also quite heavily loaded, so this thing's already got a long takeoff run. It's going to be even longer. Just get our view set up a little over the nose the way I like it. Come on. And we're up, just barely. Pull the flaps in. Get a little more speed up. And we'll, I think we'll turn around, we'll double back towards the city. Actually, you know what? No, let's continue up the coast a bit, then turn down a river. Let's do some backcountry stuff. Also, I'm slightly afraid that my sim will explode if I get too close to Vancouver at the moment, because it's clearly struggling. Come back on the revs and the power a little. So the Norseman is pretty obscure outside of North America, I'd imagine, but it was like the Canadian bush plane until the Beaver came along. There's one painted up exactly like this, actually. Not sure if it's the same airframe, but it's painted like this with the green and yellow in the Alberta Aviation Museum back home in Edmonton. See, I think the only time I've ever seen a Norseman in person, because they're not super common these days as far as I know. Especially because the Beaver kind of took over the role that this had beforehand. The Beaver was, you know, a bit more modern of an aircraft and a bit more pleasant to fly. But you can see the similarities between the two quite easily. What's my temps looking like? Pretty happy, so we'll leave the shutters open for now. So here we go. Here's our Norseman. Not the prettiest plane on Earth, but it's very much function over form. Get rid of the cockpit dome light as well, maybe? Oh no, that's all the cockpit lights. Never mind. We'll leave it on. Hey Burstix, good to see you, man. Just getting back into some flight sim. It's been a while, so we're flying around BC in the Norseman at the moment. We just did a quick flight around Canberra in the Astro one, the little quadcopter thingy. So we're taking this out for a spin. Pretty unplanned stream today. I'm just taking stuff out and buzzing around for the sake of it, pretty much. Group flying? Always, man. If you want to hop on. We just took off from Sechelt in BC. We're a little bit north of Vancouver. Nearest land-based airport, code should be CAP 3, I think it was. Charlie Alpha Papa 3. And this thing's not very fast, so I haven't gone very far, if you want to catch up. I'm on West US for server. That would have been a good idea to turn on. Pretty much everything else is happy at the moment. Parking brake doesn't matter because we're on floats, not wheels, so we don't have one. I feel like this aircraft could use better sounds in the interior. It's kind of quiet and tinny. I guess it's to simulate having, like, ear pro on, but I kind of prefer to not have that simulated in MSFS. In DCS I got it turned on best because jets are that much louder. Roll the windows down? Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually, because this thing can fly with them rolled down, can't it? Still a little quiet, but yeah, that's a lot better. Oh, hello. We got a formation flyer with us. We won't be able to see labels from this close, but that's cool to see. I have absolutely no idea where we're going, by the way. We're just following the valleys. The external sounds, in contrast, are absolutely fantastic. I think you're in Salmon Inlet right now. Are you headed east? Kind of. Looks like I'm headed northeast. 030-ish. Got a power line up ahead. Should be able to sneak under it. Well, we got away with it, but that wasn't very pleasant. I'm still not 100% sure what does that. I don't know if the... like... I don't think it's the power lines having collision, or you would just crash if you hit them, right? But at the same time, obviously, like... that's pretty exaggerated for turbulence. So I wonder if the sim's treating it like it's a bridge, like a big, solid object, and it thinks, oh, there should be a shitload of turbulence coming off this, when really it shouldn't. Either way, when they're that high off the ground, you can usually get away with it. It's just you want to be kind of careful. So the Norseman in flight seems quite pleasant to fly. It's very easy. It's quite a, I guess, placid aircraft. It looks like it's a pretty calm day out as well, which helps, but my limited flight experience in it so far in the sim has generally been like this. It's just very, very easy, very stable. You just have to remember that it doesn't have a lot of power, and so, especially if you're heavily loaded, but even if you're, you know, lightly loaded and you need to get over a sudden obstacle, it doesn't have a lot of power to do it. See the tie-down ropes on the wings, which I think are unfortunately not functional. At least they don't seem to be. Is our little Cessna still with us? I think we might have left them behind. I don't see them anymore. I doubt we outran them because, like I said, we're not very fast. We're only doing 140 miles an hour, and that's pretty close to flat out for this thing. Lean it out a bit as well, actually. So back in the early days of bush pilot aviation, these things were used all throughout northern Canada because they were essentially the only way to get anywhere other than a dog sled. And as you saw in the little flavor text in the loading screen, it doesn't need to be fast, it just needs to be faster than a dog team. So these were your primary form of transportation of any sort of important supplies, food, medicines, things like that. Surveying, mapping, exploration, all done with Norsemen. It's a very rugged aircraft as well. I mean, you can tell she's pretty chunky from the way she's built, but exactly the kind of thing you need up here, because, you know, we're only, what, 10 minutes out of Vancouver or something like that at this point? 10-15 minutes out of Vancouver, and we're basically in the middle of nowhere. You have a problem out here, you're not really getting help. Certainly back, you know, in the 30s or whatever, you weren't going to have somebody turn up in a helicopter or something. You're pretty much screwed. So you needed something dependable that could get in and out of most places with a long enough stretch of water or open ground, because it does take a while to get off the ground. And that's what the Norseman was. Dependable. As you may have noticed in the aircraft selection screen, there's also wheeled versions. So I've flown both. I did a flight around Dartmoor. This is my first flight in the Norseman in the game, actually, was flying around Dartmoor in the wheeled version. And then I've done a couple flights around BC in the floaty version. We're starting to run into higher terrain here. This could be an issue. Go left, follow the river. For a little bit more power, because we are going to need it to clear some of the terrain as we get further into the mountains. And we'll look for a lake or something that we can land on. Lake or a nice long stretch of river. If we don't get one, we'll turn around and head back. Because I don't think we got much hope of hopping over a ridge line into the next valley in this thing. Maybe if we find a low spot, maybe. We've got a bit of a gap here on the left we can take, so we'll do that. Just keeping an eye on that airspeed, it's dropping off a bit. Temps and pressures are looking pretty happy, so at least I don't have to worry about that at the moment. And I think we're coming to the point where we're going to have to turn around here in a second, because it looks like the terrain's just getting too high for me. When I'm this heavily loaded anyway. If I was a little less heavy, I might be able to do it. Oh, hang on. We got a bit of space here to the right side, so I might hook it around the right. We'll just keep the power up, and we might be able to climb up through the length of this valley and then pop over the end. I'm going to be thrashing the engine a little, but we should get away with it, hopefully. Otherwise, we might need to start throwing passengers out the back. Oh, what do I see? Beautiful. That's exactly what we need. Although if we go even further, we might find more water, because that's a little short. Should be able to land in it, but it's a little short. And I'd have to go around for an approach on it, because I don't want to come in from the end that I'm looking at. I have to come back the way I came. Stick to heading inland for now. I've actually got a bit of altitude to play with here, so it might be good. Just keep pressing on inland. Yes. But it should be fully backwards compatible, apparently. And it's introducing a whole shitload of new stuff, so we'll see how we go with that. I was initially kind of worried, but it sounds like they're not abandoning 2020. They're just sort of... They're building in stuff for the new one that they can't really tack onto this. At least that's the impression I get. We'll see how it goes. But they did say it should be backwards compatible, so you don't need to worry about your planes that you already bought not working, or scenery or whatever. So that's a good sign, at least. Yeah, I think... I almost wonder if it was a case of, like, they didn't realize just how successful it would be, and so they put it out, and then they, you know, it was a huge success and everything, they're like, shit, actually, we could do so much more with this, and then they decided to make the new one. It sounded, from their, like, keynote speech at the Flight Sim Expo the other day, it sounded like that was a bit the case. They kind of realized, oh, we've got the technology that we could do so much more with this, and now, like, it's obviously a successful product, so we'll be able to get the money to make it reach its full potential. the double ender. I don't think I even heard that there was a double ender. I haven't been keeping up with MSFS for probably like a month or more at this point. I've just been really busy. So I picked up the Transl and obviously a tribe motor, like I said earlier, and there was something else I got just recently. Oh, the big flying boat, the Laticoeur, which is a beautiful thing, absolutely gorgeous. Got friends' new plane. Oh, they've got a new plane out. Okay, I'll have to have a look. I love flying boats, man. I absolutely love flying boats. So as soon as I saw that was coming out, it was a no-brainer. I had to have it. Two flights in it? Nice. I've done one so far, I think. It was a, like, sort of reasonably short one by the standards of that aircraft. I went from Saint-Nazaire to, well, basically followed the river from Saint-Nazaire to just near Angers, and then from there I turned north and ended up by the Channel Islands, landed next to them. So, kind of a short flight for such a big aircraft, but it was a nice one. So we've not reached a nice sort of cruising altitude for this thing. It feels like I'm so much higher than 4,000 feet. I don't know. Like, I guess I'm not, but it doesn't quite feel right. Recreated the Germans seizing it from the French and taking it to Lake Constance in World War II for our... Oh, really? I have to see if I can catch up on the VOD for that, man. Sounds awesome. And my free time has been spread pretty thin over the past, I want to say like 2 months now. And it may become even thinner soon. I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting to hear back if I got a job I applied for, so we'll see how we go. But I do need to do more MSFS. It's been too long. So we'll look for somewhere to set down here, I think. I don't want this flight to be too long, especially since I haven't planned a destination or anything. I'm just tooling around sightseeing. And I'm going to get myself something to eat, because I'm kind of hungry. So we'll take a bit of a break. And then, I'm not sure what we should do next. We might take the Laticoeur out for a bit. Maybe. Just a short hop in that. I will warn you, though, I don't know how to start it up, so I'm going to have to kind of figure it out on the fly. And it's not like this where it's I forgot how to start it up. I just never learned in the first place, so I've only flown it once. So we're gonna have to see how true to the aircraft the in-game checklist is. I'm actually curious if, with 2024, they're going to have any sort of built-in multi-crew facility, because that'd be really awesome to have for the larger aircraft like that, or the AN225, or things like that, where you've got quite a large flight crew. You know, not just a co-pilot, but a flight engineer, an electrician, you know, navigator, all these different roles, radio man. It'd be cool to actually get like 4 or 5 of your friends in the same aircraft, and then you can run through, so you have like your flight engineer doing all the flight engineer stuff while you do all the pilot stuff, rather than having to wear everyone's hat at once, which you already do. you know, jump between all the different crew stations doing all the different jobs. Yeah, exactly. It would be brilliant for that. So, I don't know if they've mentioned any plans to include it, or if they've even really given it much consideration, but it's something I would love to see. It's difficult to get it working properly, even in sims that are kind of built for that sort of thing, but it's definitely worth it, I think. Like, look how much fun multi-crew in DCS is. Should have some nice landing spots around here. We got a land-based airport there, but this is a true seaplane. It's not amphibious, so that's not an option for us. We got to find some straight stretch of river. So we'll just follow the river for a bit. We should find somewhere. It's quite a short runway too. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's perfect. Kind of want to follow this a little further though. It's been a nice flight. This will probably take us back to Vancouver. I think I see a BC ferry in front of me. So we'll see how we go. We've got close friends of the family that live at Gibsons, or just near Gibsons. It's a beautiful part of the world. Absolutely gorgeous. We stayed with them for, I think it was a couple days last time we went home, just before we flew back to Australia. But I'm moving to Alberta next month? Hey, don't be down on Alberta. Just because it, you know, it's full of rednecks and it's still home, okay? Whereabouts in Alberta are you going to? Not Calgary, I hope. It depends. Like, up around, Up around fucking Edson Way is pretty nice. And I think the prairies have their own kind of beauty to them. Cold Lake! Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. At least you get to watch the jets flying around. That's something, I guess. Lucy, thanks for the follow. And Elastic Sock and anyone else I'd missed follows from. Cheers, appreciate it. Kind of bad at keeping up with my alerts, I must apologise. Bad and getting worse, in fact. Only affordable housing? Yeah, sounds about right. Imagine living in Toronto, right? Fucking Toronto, who wants to live there? What a shithole. Right, Chocolate? Saying rednecks, what does that mean? It means that it's basically Canadian Texas. Lots of very weird religious fundamentalists and politicians with strange views on how the world works. We'll continue on a little further out into the fog ahead, and we'll set down somewhere. From Texas, you probably feel pretty at home in Alberta then. They're pretty similar in a lot of ways. Cities are mostly alright. Rural areas, it's hit and miss. Yeah, it used to be a much more generic term for people that actually, you know, worked for a living, but, you know, the whole context shift that occurs over time has changed it a little. It's become much more specific in its meaning now. Yeah, farmer, you know, specifically to Texas or Alberta, it could be someone that works the oil fields, whatever. Someone who works outside, works hard. But I don't even know really where the shift happened, but somewhere along the way it turned into not just a labourer, but just somebody with, like, backwards opinions. Which is weird, because the two of those things don't necessarily go together. In fact, frequently they don't. But it is what it is. Like I said, context shift. It's kind of... I don't know if it's you'd describe as euphemism treadmill, because it's not really a euphemism, but it's kind of like every time I go home, I get a reminder that people don't like saying toilet for some reason. It's like washroom, or I think in the UK it was like WC or something like. Oh, just say it's a fucking toilet. Like the meaning of the word shifts over time because people don't want to say it for whatever reason. Well, yeah, that's what the original context of the word was. It's kind of like, so this is one that probably the Americans will get more than most other people. Libertarian. Libertarian in the US has a very specific connotation, right? It means typically someone who's pretty right-wing thinks that any sort of government regulation is bad and evil and all this. The original context of the term libertarian was a socialist who didn't like unjust power structures. It's from like back around the French Revolution sometime. So that's like the term got basically flipped completely on its head just because the context shifted, and based on where you are as well. That should be the ferry terminal, so I think I know where we are now. So BC should, or not BC, fucking Vancouver, brain. Vancouver should be that way. It's BC Ferries terminal down there. That's what I was trying to say. So we might actually hit up Vancouver and land there. You can kind of make out the perpetual traffic jam that runs all the way back up the highway. Where's Jeff? Someone needs to go ping Jeff and get him in here since we're shit-talking BC ferries. Fuck Chili, I can nosedive into that one stop sign intersection with the camera. I have flown to Chilliwack in the sim, but it was quite a long time ago. It's part of group flight. Oh, uh-oh. It's good. We just drained the tank. Hang on. Oh, it must have automatically switched it to the right wing tank when I started up, because I had it set on the rear belly, whatever. We can live with that. There's Vancouver up ahead. Shrouded in mist. I think my music bot's having some difficulties at the moment. Hey, Logic. We're just about to finish up our second flight of the day. How far are you from getting your PPC? I was doing my, I was doing a recreational license, so in Australia that's a RAA license. I had, I think, 2 exams and a check flight to go, but I haven't flown for years because I just haven't had the time or money, so I'm going to have to pick it back up at some point. So, relatively speaking, I'm quite far from it because I haven't flown for 6 years. Not really redo them so much as just get back into the swing of it and get currency back up. So, like, I had 50-something hours, so I probably would need to do like another 10 or 15, which is fine. I enjoy flying, so having to redo a few hours doesn't really bother me at all. It means it's going to cost a bit, but it is what it is. We might land along here, I think. We'll just circle back. Oh, the frames. Oh, the frames. The good thing about recreational here is that it's a lot less expensive. It's still expensive as hell, but it's way, way less than general aviation. Affordable housing taking the frames? Yeah, I know, right? No, the sim doesn't like me getting close to major photogrammetry areas while I'm streaming. Again, I'll probably have to change my stream settings to get it to play nice. We might head back out this way a little just to get away from the worst of the stutter. It's got my commercial a couple days ago. Nice! Congratulations. Bit bouncy. I do what I can with the frames I have. We'll just pull in over to the shore somewhere and shut it down. Yeah, that is the water rutted down by my left leg. I wasn't 100% sure. There's a nice pier there we can park out, maybe. Like I said, I'm not sure if we have anything approximating a an anchor in this to drop, so we might drift around a little. Get the covers on, get the doors open. Get rid of the cargo and the passengers that we had, or what passes for. Should probably close the shutters as well on the engine, not that it really matters too much. Just a little hand crank there. Alright. Go off. All of that can go off. We didn't have our landing lights on anyway, so we don't need to worry about them. Gen and battery can go off. I don't think we had anything else really to worry about. Yeah, so we've got a parking brake switch, but we don't have wheels on this thing, so it doesn't actually do anything. Well, We're getting blown around a bit, but there we go. There's our Norseman. This is a nice little flight. I think I'm going to take a short break because I need some food. So I'll give you guys a be right back screen. There should be an anchor in the Pip-Boy. I had a look and I didn't see one. I saw chocks. Unless it's on one of the other screens, maybe. Settings. Status is that screen. Settings. Oh, there was an update. Oh, I probably am like a patch or two behind because, like I said, I haven't played MSFS for a while. Yeah, that'll be it. Okay. Well, it is what it is. I'm going to switch you guys over to my BRB screen because I'm going to grab some food, and I'll be back in a little bit. We'll do another flight, and then I think after that we might hop over to DCS. Catch you around, Burstix. Thanks for stopping by, man. Good to see you again. I'll have to catch you on a flight pretty soon as well. I would disagree on that. I would not consider it quite on the same level as those. In fact, I'd imagine probably most people would not consider it on the same level. Very odd thought process. I mean, what word am I supposed to use then? Enlighten me. People do that to me all the time, Panda. All the time. Okay, since no enlightenment is forthcoming, allow me to explain this. The two examples that were cited are generally considered slurs because they were terms that were used by a more empowered part of the population to basically put a downtrodden part of the population back in their supposedly rightful place. That's why they're so offensive. The term redneck, it's racist. It's racist to call a white person a redneck. This is clown hours. I'm sorry, dude. We're not entertaining this level of fucking ridiculousness. I can see where this discussion's going. I've had this discussion with people before, and it always turns out that the people that want to have this discussion have funny windmills tattooed on them, or they like to use words that other people don't want them to use. It's the same kind of evasive, intellectually dishonest shit. I'm not having it here. You take it somewhere else, man. Fucking racist to call white people rednecks. Okay. Fuck my life, man. Don't worry, Panda, you got this shit to look forwards to in Cold Lake. Trust me, bro. See, chat, let me make something very fucking clear here. I'm open to discussion on things. I'm not open to intellectual dishonesty. And I know what intellectual fucking dishonesty looks like, because if people think I was born fucking yesterday, and I've never had this kind of discussion before, they'll be very fucking surprised. I'm very familiar with the tactics. I'm very familiar with the shifting of the goalposts and the redefining things with definitions that don't actually fit them and then acting like they're, correct. I've seen it plenty of times. I'm very familiar with the people that do this. It isn't going to fly here. And I would further suggest to anyone that lives in a Western country and considers themselves to be an oppressed minority as a white person or a Christian or both, they should probably go outside and touch grass instead of sitting on Twitch watching my stream, because they'll realize that that's not the case very quickly. It is what it is, man. I know I'm going to rub certain people up the wrong way and they'll say things that they might not say elsewhere, but it comes with the territory. I think actually though we can take something from actually positive and constructive from this. Some of you may remember a while ago now when the whole OK Boomer thing was going on, and people got absolutely incensed at it and said that saying OK Boomer is racist. Same vibe, right? Again, it's the same thing. There's a failure to understand, and a lot of the time I genuinely think it's deliberate, but there's a failure to understand the distinction between somebody in a position of relative power using a slur to put somebody in a position of relative weakness in their so-called place, and somebody who is coming from a position of relative weakness trying to punch upwards. The whole reason the OK Boomer thing became a thing is because young people felt like they didn't have a fucking say in how the world was being run, and just that was the reaction. So when someone comes at you with, oh, it's racist to say that, or oh, it's basically the same as the N-word, you've got to wonder what their motives are. You've got to fucking wonder. And yeah, I also very much am of that sort of perspective, Burstix. You can tell the way someone says something or what context they're using it in or how they explain why they use it, like whether they mean genuinely to offend somebody or not. Like, fair enough, I don't live in the US and the fucking absolute three-ring circus you guys have going on there at all times politically doesn't really... It still touches me here because the US being the global hegemon, it kind of affects everyone, but like, I'm not going to think quite as hard about my phrasing as somebody in the US might, because it's not a big deal here. You say the word redneck here and nobody gets fucking offended, because it's understood to have a particular meaning and nobody takes exception to that meaning in this country. It's like calling someone a fucking bogan. Like, nobody here is going to say that you're racist for calling them a bogan. They'll probably get offended that you called them it, but they're not going to call you a racist. Cheers, man. I will have to catch you on a flight sometime soon. It has been way too long. I might just grab myself a quick cup of tea as well, and then we'll be into our next flight. Better jet too. I'll catch you as well, Panda. Good to see you again. And have a good night. Well, wait. No, it wouldn't be night for you, would it? Have a good day. Question mark. I hate time zones. Oh, actually, if you're still here, Panda, I just noticed I missed something. Considering the strike chicken, I'll probably start flying it. So technically, I don't need to get it because I already have access to it, just not on my Steam account. I probably will fly it from time to time. Don't expect me to learn any of the systems in any depth, though. It's quite a cool plane. I did fly it a bit on test, just to see what it was like. I'm genuinely impressed by the state that it's released in. Like, it has a lot of features that I didn't think they were going to add. So yeah, I might give it a bit of a fly from time to time. I'm not going to get super into it. It's not really my style of aircraft. What I am going to get super into is shooting them down. And I'm also like even more excited for the MiG-23 now. Because if they can maintain or even better that level of quality for the 23, it should be amazing. Alright, we are pretty much good to go. This should be an interesting learning experience. Because, like I said, I have not started this thing before, so this should be interesting. Got our engine covers on, we should probably do something about that, but before we do, let's just take a look at the aircraft in general, because she is gorgeous. I love a good flying boat, and this is a very, very big flying boat. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? So this is what we'll be flying. We're not going to do a super long haul flight, even though that's kind of what this thing's designed for. Just take it up for a bit of a, bit of a sightseeing tour. So let's go ahead and take the flag down, because we don't want that hanging out of the aircraft while we're flying. It might go poorly. We'll get rid of the engine covers. And now I need to figure out how to start it. Make sure our fuel tanks are all good. And we've got towing as well, so we could actually get a little tugboat to tow us out further into the water. I don't think we'll need it though, because the direction we're pointing now is pretty good. We can just kind of take off from here. It's like 3 decks. It's kind of got a banana-shaped deck thing going on. A lot of flying boats of this size do. So what I could actually do, although it might be a little bouncy with the camera, is we can go to the drone cam. We'll turn the speed down a little. And come in through the nose. These, like the doors and stuff, open, by the way. There's a door here on the nose for the, when you're towing it, you've got another, like, door in front of the cockpit for the crew rest area, but we'll just kind of phase through it. So, if we also get a bit of field of view going on here. This is heading in from the bow. Along your passenger cabin here. Into the bar. Yes, it has a bar. And then as you get towards the rear of the aircraft, it goes up some steps. So it's kind of banana shaped. You've got sleeping passengers as well. So it's quite luxurious, really. And then up here, this is your main entrance. I don't know if we can click the door from this camera. I think we'd have to use the kneeboard to open it. But this is your sort of entrance foyer to the aircraft, and then your bathrooms, toilets. And then back here is the galley. So we'll pop back outside. Question, imagine in DCS you have a filter and multiplayer slot screen which filters slots only available to you, meaning purchase modules as well. Should this filter still show occupied slots? Maybe have 2 layers of filter so you can have it show occupied slots or not occupied, but that's how I would do it. I know it's adding more complexity, but sometimes you want to see, like, where are people flying from. Like, say you go on an Enigma server, right? You got to see what air bases people are flying from, so you want to see where people are. But on another server, you might not want to do that. You might want to just see an empty slot to get into. So it probably depends on the server more than anything. Right, checklists. For starting engines, battery switch. That'll be... We'll just use the little jump to camera thing, because I don't know the layout of the controls yet. Magneto is off. Those are the mags? What the fuck? Bizarre. Okay. 1 centimeter of throttle, huh? That looks about right. Cowl flap full open. I assume up is open? Love the throttle control? Yeah. Yeah, it's a really cool aircraft. Very French. Don't you like that's the autopilot in the trim, right? It's a fucking binnacle. It's like a vestigial binnacle. Fucking amazing. APU starter. APU. Oh, I guess it is actually an APU. It's like a little diesel gen or something. Generator. On. Just switch all the gens on. Fuck it. Primer. Fuel pump. Mixtures to cut off. Okay. Prop RPM minimum. Electrical equipment on. It was on. Mixtures rich. The other side's got the other half of it. It's an interesting design choice. Mags on. Okay. And they got a crash bar as well, of course. Just make sure they're all fully on. We'll pop back to the external when we hit the other engines. Okay. Should probably go alternating, but what's that? Oh, that's oil heating. Okay, and for the last one, there we go, you get the flames and the smoke out of the exhaust as well. Okay, so the starters are all on. Fuel pump goes to off. Primer goes to off. RPM's 1200. So I guess it wants me to go to full forward and then 1200. Oil temperature 50 degrees Celsius. What does this do? Okay, yeah, I turned all the other generators on already, so we've taken care of that. Oh, hang on, it wants me to start turning stuff off now. So APU off, generator, that one goes off. I guess you only run 2 or 3 gens in normal flight, maybe? Electrical equipment off, interesting. Oh, that's, okay, that's for the starters, I see. Now it wants max RPM on the prop lever, which I've already done, that's fine. For takeoff, oil 50 degrees Celsius, it should be. Past that, about 75, 80. Cylinder head temp, 100, it's a little warmer than that. Do we actually have, let me just check something, do we have our cooling stuff actually open properly, or did I accidentally close it? I might have closed it. Oh no, they're open. Whatever. It's fine. That's just a minimum temperature, I think. Fuel pressure 50. Yeah, it's past that. Oil pressure, it's past that. Flaps down. So we want to hit that. Landing light we don't need. Oh, there's a big ship in front of us. This could be awkward. This could be a problem. Hang on. Yeah, we don't need that. We want the nav lights. Okay, let me work this out, because I don't think this thing has a water rudder. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Camera. Okay. Oh yes, this is where we need the tugboat, but you can't have the tugboat pull you with the engines running, so I'm just going to be a cheater, and I'm going to slew us to point this way. I thought the anchors would actually hold us in place, but apparently they don't, or it removed them when I started the engines. Anyway, we're good now. So, full rich, props full forward, everything should be set, flaps down. Let's open her up. Oh, you know what? When I slewed it, it shut the aircraft down, so we're just gonna auto start it to get it running again. That's very annoying. There we go. Four pedals. Yeah, I wonder if there is a water rudder, but I don't know. Like, that's the only thing I could think of it having 4 pedals for, unless 2 of them are for the autopilot. Like, when you're in the autopilot, that's what steers it. But I don't know. I haven't read any of the documentation on this thing, because of course I haven't. It's French, so of course it has 2 airspeed indicators. You've got your fine airspeed here, and your coarse airspeed here. Frenchplanes.txt. Right. Let's send it. We've got a bit of a elevation discrepancy in the water in front of us. Hopefully this doesn't cause any issues. It's fine, don't worry about it. My photogrammetry for La Rochelle is not playing nice with Misfir's scenery. It's got a reasonably long takeoff run. We're also pretty much at maximum takeoff weight, so that's going to add to it. Come on. Alright. Alright, she wants to lift now. Maybe. Just gentle backstick to not slap the tail back down into the water. Yep, and the radar altimeter as well. Yoinked from the Germans. Right, we're airborne. We'll dial back the power a little. We will bring the flaps and the pontoons up. Pontoons... There we go. We'll get the thing kind of stable and we'll go to a quick external view just to watch that. What does she spin like? I haven't tested yet, to be honest with you. I've been quite gentle so far. Switch the scale on the Radalt. It's very similar to the Radalt and the MiG-15. Probably from the same place. And we'll turn back over the land. Quite a lot of rudder needed in turns in this thing. Yeah, exactly. Came from the same place. Speaking of the Germans, we'll be overflying the sub-pen here as we head inland again. I also haven't fully worked out the autopilot in this. I can get it to hold altitude and hold more or less current heading. It tends to wander a bit, but I haven't figured out how to get it to fly a selected course. I'm sure you can, I just haven't figured it out. '40s. I think the Germans actually yoinked it during the war. Bursix was talking about that earlier. There's a little crew rest area just up ahead here. It's going to be hard to close the door now because the click spot's hidden. But you got your little pair of beds there for the crew on long haul flights. I'm not entirely sure what this is. I think it's like a voice tube so that the co-pilot can yell at the rest of the crew. But I'm not 100% certain. So there is the town of La Rochelle beneath us. And right there is a very interesting looking grey building. I wonder what that might be. Is that anywhere close to here? My geography is not very good. Because I'm not planning on doing a super long flight in this, even though it's fully capable of and designed for that kind of thing. I just want to do a kind of a nice little sightseeing flight in it. Just across... Oh, that's it there. Okay, yeah. We can do that. So those are the La Rochelle sub-pens. U-boat pens right there. There's another one there. I think Das Boot was filmed here. Like the U-boat pen scenes from it were filmed at La Rochelle. I actually have that on this playlist. Would have been funny if it started playing as we went over. These big planes with very noticeable adverse yaw are very good at showing up just how lazy I am with the rudder. It's a skill that I really need to work on. So something like this, imagine if you could actually multi-crew this with your friends, like, that'd be awesome. But the sim doesn't natively support it. There are mods which make it a thing, apparently. I don't know how well they work. Like, if they're particularly stable or anything. There's an old fort there, old star fort. Hey Francois, I'm going pretty well. The armour mission this morning was called off at the last minute, so I decided to just sleep instead. So we're having a bit of a later stream today. Said fly the LS-18, or LS-8-18, but that seems to be incredibly forgiving of Lumberfoots. I'm terrible with it, man. It's absolutely terrible. I either give it too much or not enough, and usually, like, about a second or two behind where I should be doing it. Lots of lovely little towns along here. Look at that. Small town ahead has an amazing ice cream vendor. Aha! I'll have to bear that in mind next time I'm in France. There's your salt pans. Oh, the one over... That one! Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to keep that in mind. Hey, why not? Why not? There's weirder ways to hear about an ice cream place. What we might do is we might swing it out to the right and head up the coast a bit. All over the sky with this thing. We're getting a lot of thermals, I think, off the island, actually. You can see we're just straight up when we're over the land. She's a big plane with big wings. Just look at the Vario. I suppose a bit of extra altitude can't really hurt. We'll try and get it trimmed out a little better. In fact, what we might do... Oops. There we go. We might just set that and let it do its thing for a while, so we can pop into the external and admire this absolutely beautiful machine. I might turn the drone camera speed up a little as well, because it's so big. There we go. What a beauty. How many decks? Basically just the one, because like your cockpit's here and it extends back to about here. There's a hatch, like an access hatch from the cockpit that drops down into the bar. Which, very French design. So that happens about here, because after the bar you start going upstairs into the tail section. So you've got kind of here, then it's like 1.5 and what would you even call that? Like 1 and a mezzanine, something like that? I don't know. It's essentially one deck. And then presumably up here is either fuel or cargo, probably fuel. Below the floor is probably fuel. Because it's quite long-ranged. Like I said, she got big wings. Bar's the actual heart of the plane. Cockpit's just for driving the thing. Exactly! Exactly. They got their design priorities straight. See, when it's on autopilot, it tends to wander a bit in course. But it is a very early autopilot, which is probably why. I'd be surprised if it didn't wander. In fact, even modern autopilots wander, just not quite as noticeably. Lurking a dysfunctional stream at 4 AM. Haven't seen much of you lately. Saw you missed his 5 hours loading issue. Not yet. I need to do a bunch of things before I can sort that, and I haven't got around to doing any of them yet. I just haven't been on as much lately because I've been really busy. F-15E also has the autopilot. I didn't try out the autopilot. Probably wouldn't even know how to turn it on, to be honest with you. I love this thing, but like the cockpit is just so old school and cluttered. Oh, I want to show you something. I gotta figure out which instrument position it is. The navigation, the navigator's station, the navigator's desk. Look at this. That actually moves to chart your current position. Isn't that cool? At least I'm pretty sure it does, because last time I flew this size a bit further northeast and the pin was sticking out further northeast. Isn't that awesome? Maybe it doesn't... Oh, you know what? Maybe it doesn't move to chart your position. Anyway, it's cool, regardless. I just have a suspicion it does, because I've been flying it around the areas where it appears. Where's the sextant? I don't think it does have one. I don't know though, maybe it's hidden somewhere. And he's got all this stuff. So you've got your own little airspeed indicator you can turn on there. You've got your clock, of course. A couple compasses, thermometer so you can tell what the outside temp is. Like, it's just such a cool plane. And then this is your radio operator station. So much so you got two of them. I suspect this is a an ADF loop. Makes sense, right? You have a crank there so you can get the ADF loop working. And then, of course, your flight engineers are behind, one on each side. And then, if we go further back... If we go back here to the flight engineer station... this doesn't... Look, there's nothing modelled in there in the aircraft and flight sim, but I suspect that is like cargo space or access to the fuel tanks or something. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised with how big this aircraft is and how thick the wings are. I would not be surprised if that doesn't lead to a crawl space to service the engines in flight, because that was quite common on these big old flying boats. The wings were so thick that you could have a tunnel between the engines. So I suspect that might be what that does. Can you go to the passenger cabin? Yeah, you have to use the drone camera to do it. There's not, like, preset cameras to do it, and it'll move around a bit while we're in the air, but you can see the bar down there with the access way. And, if I... Hang on. Let me just go... back to the pilot's seat. But let's grab the drone camera. It's probably going to clip through the aircraft because we're in the air and the plane's jostling around, but you can indeed... Actually, you know what? Let's... well, it doesn't fucking help anyway, never mind. Yeah, as you can see. And the bar's modelled and everything. It goes all the way back to the galley in the tail of the aircraft. Let's get the camera pointed at it a little better. Like I said, the autopilot wanders a bit, but we're going more or less straight. It's keeping its altitude pretty much. Hey, it's more fun if it's a bit all over the place, you know? Keeps you awake. You got your little sunshades, of course. They don't do much, they just flip straight down, but... I think... Not sure what this does. It might be throttle tension or something. I actually, up front, as far as I can tell, do not have a control for the prop pitch. That's in the back. The RPM levers are all in the back in the flight engineer station. I have control of them through my HOTAS, but, like, there's no physical control up front for it. You'd have to tell the flight engineer to do it. If I pop over to the co-pilot seat... Oops, co-pilot. We can close this back up. So you can see there's a bed on each side there. That's a crew rest area. It's got a pair of doors over it that open up like this, so you can access the cockpit through there when you're moored, and you can climb out on the nose and cast off ropes and stuff. Interestingly enough, very French. This guy has better instrumentation than the pilot has, in my opinion. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same. Ooh, look down there. And there's your... Like I said, I think that's a voice tube to yell commands down into the bottom of the plane. The alternative is... The other thing it could be, if it's that shape, it's not placed very conveniently for it, so I'm assuming it's a voice tube, not a piss tube. This, of course, same as on the... It's basically a mirror image of the pilot side. You got your pitch trim, your trim gauges, and then your controls for the flaps and the pontoons. And again, looking back into the plane. So this has got crew of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Crew of 7. So one less than the N225. Sorry about that. Well, I figure as well, like, the co-pilot will be calling out a lot of stuff during takeoff and landing while the pilot's looking outside. So that's probably a part of it. What is the... You know what, we're just going to take over manually again. I'm done drinking my tea, so we can hand fly it. Starting to get pushed around quite a bit, though. I think it's coming off the coast, because we're kind of one wing over the coast at the moment, and that's why it was knocking me off sideways. What's up, the Osprey with the amphibious fleet group? Yeah, I don't know. The Osprey's an interesting aircraft, but it's not like my type of aircraft, I guess. It would help if it wasn't full of MFDs. You guys know me. I don't like screens. This is more my speed. Steam gauges everywhere. It does actually have the option for a little Garmin GPS unit, but I fucked that off because I don't want it in my cockpit. Get it out of here. Vibe of pilot's dumb, so throttle just means go forwards. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm actually sure what this down here is. I think it's the, I think it's the radio. Like, so the pilot can tune the radio or something. Very interesting aircraft. It feels, the way that the panels are laid out, it feels much more like a ship. Like this thing, like I said, it reminds me of a binnacle. It's basically serving the same function in a lot of ways. This reminds me of a ship, whereas the Spruce Goose reminds me of a giant bus. Like the cockpit of the Spruce Goose is just bus. You can click the Morse transmitters, by the way. I think it's just for show, it doesn't really do anything. So we're gonna keep flying up a little further. Because I have an idea where I want to land. And we might hop over to DCS. I've got a bunch of other aircraft I do want to fly on stream in MSFS, but I've got to update a bunch of them, because like I said, I haven't played for a while. So, save that for another stream, maybe. I'll try and land somewhere close to a dock as well, so we can show off the little tugboat. It's quite cute. This was made by Blue Mesh, I think. I want to say Blue Mesh, which are the same guys that did the Zodiac with a paraglider wing attached to it, which is pretty funny, and the Quadrant, the racing plane. It's like a 1920s, 30s French racing plane, which is also quite good. It's a much more simple aircraft, but they seem to make quite good stuff. Blue Mesh and Azure Poly, which is another French developer, make really, really nice aircraft. Azure Poly's most recent release was the Transil, which I do have. I've done a couple flights around in it, just kind of tooling around. I might save that for an on-stream flight next time we do MSFS. Just so I can get some sense of how to start thing up and what to do with it. because it's a more modern, more complex aircraft. This one's not complex, I just needed to know like where the gauges for this or that thing were, because I didn't know. But in terms of starting it up, it's pretty simple. Whereas the Transall is a turboprop, and I have very, very little idea how turboprops are supposed to work. Okay, we're descending a little much here. Should probably get that under control. So this thing will do about 3,000 miles, just under 3,000 miles non-stop. We're definitely not doing that today, but it's pretty impressive. It's kind of a shame that we ended up in the timeline where flying boats just kind of faded away and aren't a thing anymore, because they're really beautiful aircraft. I'm not actually sure how many of these they built. They were only in passenger service for about 10 years after the war. There's like 10 different liveries or so for this, so I assume they built at least a couple. But it's a huge aircraft, so I can't imagine there were that many. So I think even like with the Clipper, which is a similar size, maybe a little smaller, they didn't build very many of them either. I mean, really, you kind of, especially back then, with, you know, the industrial capacities of the time, it's almost more like shipbuilding than aircraft building. So I can't imagine they had a very high throughput of airframes. 10 built, 11 scrapped before completion? Oh, that's a shame. And none surviving, I know that much. At least I'm pretty sure there's none surviving. Usually with stuff like this there isn't. I think there's a Clipper that survives. I know there's a couple of Sunderlands and a... fuck, what's the civvy version of the Sunderland called? Southampton or something, I don't remember. So there's a couple of those that survived, but I don't think there's any of these. I don't think any of the big Dornier flying boats survived either. Plenty of Catalinas. Tons of those around, relatively speaking. GO24 survived. Trying to remember which one the 24 is. Oh, actually, I think there's a couple, like 1 or 2 DOXs as well. But like the really, really big boys tended not to. Or not DOX, DOJ. DOX was the big boy. I'm flying after that hit on landing, the one where it flips 270 degrees. Oof, yeah, that would do it to you. Climbing again. Yeah, you hit a thermal in this thing and you know about it real quick. It just decides it's going up. There's just not a whole lot you can do about it. We just picked up, fuck, about a kilometer of altitude. Oh no, sorry, 100 meters of altitude. Reading the wrong scale. Kilometers the inner scale. Meters is the outer. It's a German style altimeter. In fact, it probably is a German altimeter. Probably came from the same place as the Radalt and the compass. Oh, Skip, do you know what the second pair of pedals is for? Is that, like, for changing the autopilot's course, or is that, like, a more effective or less effective pair of pedals for cruise flight or something? Because I can't quite work it out. I don't think it has a water rudder. My first kind of guess was, oh, it's a water rudder, but I don't think it has one. I think you just have to use the engines to steer it on the water, which is kind of difficult when you don't have 6 throttles in real life to actually use. Hence me slewing it earlier, because I can't, like, if I try and click and drag one throttle individually, it'll just bounce back and forth because the my actual physical throttle is telling it, no, you should be in this position. I think I see our destination. Yep, I see our destination. I see our destination. Although I'm kind of tempted to keep going up the coast. Yeah, no, you're right, I think. They look like they're just anchored to the floor. They probably are footrests. Good call. I hadn't looked at that. But yeah, you can see, like, there's a little thing it's mounted to. Okay, I think this is where I wanted to set down. Just waiting for confirmation. I can see the bridge, I think. Bridge, oil terminal, airport, harbour. Yep, this is it. So we're going to get set for a landing here. Got quite bumpy as we crossed the coast there. There's the bridge, there's the gantry crane. So, welcome to Saint-Nazaire. I don't have photogrammetry for this one, so you won't be able to see the actual U-boat pen, but there is also a U-boat pen here. And if we went further up the coast, we'd hit the one at Lorient, which is a real big one. So we'll do a pass of the bridge, we'll turn around, fly along the waterfront a bit, and then land down towards the harbour, or towards the docks, I should say. So MSFS uses Bing scenery by default, which is not quite as comprehensive as Google scenery. However, it is color corrected, so you don't get like weird color variations between different satellite runs, at least not to a large extent. And some areas are lower res and a bit more out of date. There is a kind of hacky-ass way to get it to pull from Google instead of Bing, but it's not really, like, it's slightly sketchy. It involves fucking with web hosts or something like that. However, there's another service I can't remember the name of offhand, but it's like ArcGIS or something like that, and it provides the best imagery from both, color corrected and everything else. So if you use that, you should have like the best of both worlds. But yeah, like you don't have photogrammetry for everything, so some areas are going to be auto-gen like this. So what areas that aren't auto-gen have is it essentially, areas that aren't photogrammetry, what they have is auto-gen that interprets, well, there's trees here, so I'm going to put trees. This looks like this kind of building, and it has like regional variation, so usually definitely not always, but usually, and it's better in some areas than others, it will get roughly the right architectural style of building, but it's not 100%. Hello, PPPP. Welcome to the stream. We're just about to land at Saint-Nazaire in France. So, Nantes, for example, I have photogrammetry for that because they just added it to MSFS in a recent update. So there's photogrammetry for Nantes, there's photogrammetry for Angers. There's like a whole bunch of French cities that have it now. Amiens finally has like actual default sim photogrammetry instead of having to use mods for it. Radar Chicken God lives in Nantes. Looks like a pretty nice spot. So yeah, there's Saint-Nazaire. The U-boat pens. I can't remember which one of these they are. I think it's like that. I think that's the U-boat pen right there. Yeah, that looks like it. Long, flat building. So the auto-gen will just render it in as a warehouse or something, but it's close enough. The auto-gen will take the shape of the building and the color of the roof, and it will incorporate that into whatever it generates. I've also got some custom scenery here, so landmarks like the bridge, the tower there, a few other buildings in the area I actually have custom assets for, but most of this is auto-gen. The crane is a custom asset too, but most of this is auto-gen. The auto-gen's generally pretty decent. It's good enough you can recognize most towns. Cities it doesn't always get right, because, you know, the skyline is how you recognize cities, and it won't always get the correct height for the buildings, but it's generally close enough. It's pretty impressive. It's certainly a lot better than just flat 2D satellite imagery, put it that way. Sadly, the biggest cities around France, especially the ones within reasonable distance by train from Paris. Yes, yes. Wonderful Paris. Smells of piss, full of rude pricks. Best bypassed. I think we went there like once and had an awful time, and we're just like, yeah, fuck this. We're sticking with the countryside from now on. All right, let's actually get this thing set up to land. Change the scale on the red alt as well as we descend. Stressful to be in? Yeah. I could imagine it would be. Alright. Let's get a little bit of power on. We'll drop the flaps, and the pontoons should be coming down now. There they are. Gotta watch my wingtip with the water there because this plane's so big. Give her a bit more rudder as well. A lot more rudder actually. Like, look how hard over my feet are just to try and balance it in this bank. Power, level the wings, get the nose up a bit. Not the prettiest approach, but I'm not used to flying things this big. Nice and easy does it. There we go. Let's try and get that pontoon out of the water a little longer. Get the camera undrunk. And there we go. There we go. So we'll just kind of taxi her forwards a little on the water. We'll bring the flaps in, and once we're a little closer we'll shut down. We'll get the checklist ready. After landing it just flaps up, we've already done that. Alright, you know what, we'll actually just shut it down here. So, revs 700. So we'll bring it back to idle. Landing lights are already off, flaps are up. Nav lights will turn off after the engines are off. Okay. Idle cutoff. Minimum RPM. Cow flaps closed. Mags off, just hit the crash bar, easy. Jennies go off. I think the... Okay, let's just check which ones I wanted us to turn off, because I think we're going to have to keep some on when we boot up the donkey engine. Oh yeah, okay, so the center ones stay on. And then battery switch. Kind of want to start the APU, so we're going to do that. Just because I want to have power on. There we go. And that's all there is to it. So we're now technically shut down. And we'll just make sure we do still have power. Yep. Just on the central generators there. What was this for? It's your electrical test panel, I guess. Anyway, let's hop back up front. And so the anchor buoys will come on when we actually fully shut down. We'll put the flag up. We'll have someone chuck the engine covers on. And oh, we got a tugboat. Isn't that cool? So he can tow us over to the docks. We'll open up some windows, get some fresh air in here. Open up some doors as well. So like I said, we've got a door in the nose there, which just goes straight into the passenger compartment. It's got the little mooring cleats on it. We've got the big door up top for the crew rest area, which also leads into the cockpit. And then... just curious about something. And then we've got... the crew door, which is actually just behind the cockpit somewhere. Where is it? Right there, you can kind of just make it out, I think. Wait, is that it? I'm tripping. Yeah, there's like a door right there. Right there. That's the crew access door there. That's the one that's next to the flight engineer. And then the passengers have another door back here, which is the main entry. That's the one that that leads into that little sort of foyer area right there. If I can't have this plane in real life, I want the tugboat at least. Yeah, the consolation prize. It's just such a beautiful machine. Absolutely gorgeous. We can also tell our little boat buddy to steer, so if I want him to take us to the left, I can tell him to. If I want him to take us to the right, I can tell him to. So I'll just get him kind of more or less straight. If I can get it to... oh my god. There, close enough. So what, S21? There's an S55, but yeah, there's no S21. The S55's quite cool, actually. I should fly that more often. I have flown it on stream once, I think. Quite a while ago. There you go. What an awesome sight. I may have underestimated the amount of time it'll take us to taxi back in with this guy pulling us. But that's okay, I can just sit here and talk shit with you guys for a while.
Why aren't you in Guam?
Why aren't you in Guam? Now you mention it though, I probably should do a flight out there sometime on stream. Not today, because this is going to be our last fight of the day in Misfires, but sometime I should do it. We're getting kind of there. Give it another couple of minutes and we'll be close enough to moor up. Spirit of Guam. I'm going to be hitting up some DCS next, but I don't think we'll be flying from Guam there either, because basically none of the servers that anyone plays on run it. I'll see if anyone's on Tempest, although it might be dead this time of day.
Water landing.
Hey Saber, good to see you, man. Yeah, I might see if Tempest's got anyone on, because I kind of want to shoot down some F-15s. It's probably not going to be a super long stream today, though. Mr. Sick Reversal out against the 16. You'll have to go back and clip it and show me. Slowing down really fast. Oh, come on now, Pom, behave yourself. No, I was genuinely surprised what Pom and Sabre were capable of doing in the F-15. I was watching, was it last night, or no, yesterday afternoon or something, my time, anyway. Yeah, Pom and Sabre were multi-crewing, and they were having a really good run. In one sortie, Sabre was flying from the back seat and Pom was doing all the weapons management from the front seat, and they actually got, like, what was it, 3 kills, I think it was? It's pretty impressive. I think it's still going to be at a bit of a disadvantage against aircraft that are actually capable of Mark II, but, you know, for, like, slower to medium speed BVR engagements is actually quite good. It's got a really good radar, it carries a shit ton of missiles, and it's quite agile. The issue is just it doesn't have the top end speed, because, you know, it's a Chungus. But then again, most people in Growling Sidewinders flying shit show also don't understand that speed is good and they should have more of it. So it's not as penalized there as it would be against, say, the Red 4 Psychos going Mark 2 point something in MiG-29s on Tempests. It was really funny. Before it released, this is going back a couple months, in the F-15E channel on the Razbam Discord, some of the guys from the MiG-23 channel decided they'd do a little trolling. And so they started posting flight performance charts for the Eagle, and they were posting like even F-15C ones, demonstrating that it is not a Mark 2.5 jet, except in extraordinary circumstances. And apparently it did not go down very well with the bulk of the people in the F-15E channel. They were very mad. It's like all the ones that have been, there's been screen caps going around of people like, oh, if this is realistic, then the Eagle's overhyped. Like, you're starting to understand. You're starting to get it. Eagle hit Mark 2.02. The Mudhen won't. Not level. It might do it in a dive. The Mudhen might do 2 in a dive. But I was testing it about a week before release. Like, not testing, but like I have access to it, and fuck it, I want to see what it's like. And the most I got out of it with an air-to-air loadout and no tanks was 1.59 something. It was starting to give me 3 significant figures because it couldn't get any faster. In a dive, yeah, you'll get it to like 2 probably, but level it just won't do faster than 1.5 something with missiles on. Clean, maybe it'll go a bit faster. Whereas an F-15C, totally slick in, you know, on a standard day, probably about 2.2 something, 2.3 something if you're lucky. With missiles though, like with a standard air-to-air loadout on a standard day, an F-15C isn't a Mark II jet in level flight either. Long haul flight? Must take a fucking while to get to that then, because I had it firewalled at about 35,000, 40,000 feet for quite a while, and it refused to get past 1.6. 2,000 will do 2.25. Yep, I was doing that just yesterday, and then I zoom climbed it up to about 112,000 feet. And then realized I didn't remember where the relight switch was in the 2000. So I did a glider landing at Nulchik. But yeah, like, Mirage 2000... the Mirage 2000 will actually pass that. It'll do 2.3 something, and it'll liberate itself of its wings. The MiG-29 in DCS, armed, right, will do 2.6 on a cold day, like below freezing kind of cold. It'll do 2.6, but you've got about a 50% chance of blowing up an engine on the way there. What's happening in the game? I'm waiting for my tugboat to tow me over to the port, and then we're going to moor up and we're going to switch over to DCS. So we did a flight from La Rochelle to Saint-Nazaire, and we're just finishing that up. I figured we'd get our little tugboat to take us over to the port here. Real ridiculousness in the 2000s, burning 25 kilograms a minute subsonic at flight level. Yeah. It was really funny, actually. Like, you know how people talk about, oh, the MiG-29's so short-legged, oh, it's got no range, whatever. You go up to high enough altitude, you can sit at like 80% RPM, not 80% throttle, but 80% RPM, and that thing will show you that it expects you have 2,000 kilometers of range just off a single belly tank. Like, it is not short-legged unless you really badly mismanage a fuel, pretty much. Fell in love with the MB339, forgot I had it. 339's pretty nice. I've only flown it a little, but it's pretty nice. Hey Penguin, it's going well. Bit of a late stream today because my expected armour mission got kind of canned at the 11th hour, so I just said fuck it and went back to bed and then slept all day, so here we are. DCS Fuddlore I really disregard. Oh yeah, well, the thing is, like, you've got to remember the bulk of people playing DCS, I'm not saying I'm like an amazing pilot or that I actually study, because I don't, but like, the average DCS player is in a position where they don't even understand that flying higher burns less fuel. Like, I've had people who are genuinely stunned when I revealed to them that you're better off in an F5, for example, with a single 150-gallon tank climbing to 25-30,000 feet and just flying at mil power or min burner, than you are flying 3 275-gallon tanks max burner on the deck. You'll still get there faster and you'll burn less fuel doing so. Like, that's just an alien concept to so many DCS players, it's not even funny. Still don't get why I skipped the mission. No, I don't either, but whatever. It was an opportunity to get some more sleep, so I'll take it. Right, we should nearly be there. You know what? We are pretty much nearly there. There's a cathedral there. So we'll just let it tow us in a little bit further, and then we'll moor it. Since Flaming Bags of Cat Poop got a CF100 officially announced, is there anything else you want in DCS that I can bully ED into giving us? A de Havilland Sea Vixen. If you can bully them into giving us a de Havilland Sea Vixen, I'll be fucking impressed. I'll take a Gloucester Javelin as a consolation prize. Either one of those. For the most demanding flight sim around, it's crazy how low the knowledge base can be at times of DCS, folks. Yeah. Well, it's understandable in a way, though, because you get a lot of people come to DCS because it's the cool fighter plane sim. And, like, that's got a big normie appeal to it, right? So you have a lot of people coming into the sim who aren't necessarily, like, aviation nuts. Or they have only a passing knowledge of it. And they just want to be the cool guy from Top Gun. Like, that's the thing. I'd say probably the majority of DCS players don't actually like aviation as much as they like the aesthetic of aviation. It's like when people were complaining about Ligma's server having too long of a distance to the front line. Like, oh, the flight times are too long. Like, my brother in Christ, it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes at cruise power to get to the front line. Like, how is that too long? But it's because they don't enjoy flying, right? They enjoy shooting other people down and thinking they're a fighter pilot. It's like when, you know, with the squad infantry update, if you look at the way people are reacting to that, same thing. They're whining, oh, it's too much, oh, you tone it down, it's going to be unfun, you're making it like armour, whatever. They don't want a realistic shooter. They want the aesthetic of a realistic shooter so they can talk down to their friends that play Battlefield. They don't actually want something realistic, right? Same thing. I think like that video I did, talking about sort of the aesthetic of simulation in some games versus like the actual simulation in others. The one where I had just the background visuals from GHPC. Same thing. Like, people want the aesthetic of simulation. They don't want actual simulation. That's what Insurgency's for? Exactly, yeah. If you want that kind of gameplay, Insurgency's great for it. Or, fuck, what was the World War II one? Dave Infamy. If you want World War II, Dave Infamy's great for it. Same thing, it's basically Insurgency but World War II. It's a lot of fun. But it's, like... This is a problem, right? People have become so brain broken by whatever game that they play or all their friends play. They want every other game to turn into it. So, for example, watching the GHPC dev stream earlier and then sitting through the Q&A. I don't want to say this like as a haha, look at these people, you know, what idiots, because I don't want to, like, that's not the point here, right? I understand where they're coming from, but there were people asking questions like, oh, what kind of game modes will there be in multiplayer? Will it be like capture the flag or team deathmatch or whatever? Like, huh? Or, you know, fuck, what was the other one? Oh, like, what kind of you know, most games have player progression, like, you know, you rank up your crew, or you get, you know, you get new things to paint on your vehicle or whatever. I'm just sitting here like, so back in my day, playing M1 Tank Platoon 2, your crew got promoted, and they sometimes got medals. That's your progression right there. Like, or, you know, your tank gets dirty or something. Like, it's got to the point where, even in a game that expressly is saying, we're not War Thunder, we're not trying to do anything like War Thunder, please stop comparing us to War Thunder, people cannot get away from the mindset of, but what do I unlock? Do I get new tanks? Is there a tech tree? Like, they can't get away from that mindset. And it's kind of sad. Like, it's really sad, honestly. Like, that people have become so brain broken, that's where we're at. I need to start playing DRG. I haven't played it yet. I've got it now, but I haven't played it yet. I know a bunch of the guys in my Discord play it. I know you play it. And I know my sister plays it, so I'm going to have to get into it at some point. Want a realistic shooter where you have to start at 0400 for weapons draw, but you don't get your ride till 1100? Could you imagine how much that would piss people off? Honestly, I'm really excited for the squad infantry rework. I really hope they don't listen to the community, the ones that are asking for them to tone it down. I hope they leave it exactly as it is. It's perfect from what I've seen. Sorry, I'm trying to de-drunkify the camera a bit. It looks as close to perfect as you could really ask for. I really hope they don't change it from where it is now. Because it's going to make me get back into Squad. I haven't played Squad for ages because it just kind of lost its appeal to me because it was turning into a Twitch shooter, essentially. But the infantry update's going to make me play it a lot more because holy shit does it look good. What about a scimitar? I wouldn't mind a scimitar. I wouldn't mind one, but like the Javelin and the Sea Vixen are just that extra level because they're weird. You know, the scimitar is relatively conventional. I want weird. Not 100% on board with picture-in-picture scopes. Everything else looks good. To be fair, scopes are kind of hard to do well in a game anyway, and I think the way they've implemented it looks about as well as anyone could hope for. Like, I don't think there's many ways they could do it better. I think the eye box occlusion is about right, particularly for the more powerful optics where you move it all and it completely blacks the whole thing out. I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. And I do like that they're still blurring out the area outside of the optic, so you can still sense movement, but you can't see crystal clear, which is really how it should be. Because, you're looking through an optic, you're focused on that, so you still have peripheral vision, but you can detect movement, but you can't detect detail, if that makes sense. So I think it's pretty good. Alright, what we're going to do now is we're going to just call it here, because we don't want to run ourselves or our tugboat aground. So we'll go ahead and tell him to slow right down. Actually, we might just disconnect him while he's moving so we can kind of coast in a bit. Oh, or we can just stop. That works too. Might have dropped the anchors already. In fact, it has. So I think my mistake before is that I didn't realize the anchors automatically stow when you get the aircraft up and running. And because I had the throttle crept ahead slightly, and I started the engines on one side first because I'm a dumbass, that kind of swung the aircraft towards the loading terminal, and well, you guys saw the consequences. But yeah, there we go. There is our beautiful Laticoeur. Let me open the passenger door and the crew door. There is a little dock, but it doesn't make much sense for the dock to be sitting out here in the middle of the water, so we'll just leave it. A lot of the time you'd have something like our tugboat, like a little launch come out, and that'd be how you get passengers on or off of a flying boat like this. That's also common procedure for cruise ships back in the day, and well, not cruise ships, but like transatlantic ocean liners. Like, for instance, one of the surviving artifacts from Titanic is her launch that they use to get people to and from the ship. Because obviously not every port was equipped to handle something of that size. A Buccaneer. Oh man, a Buck would be amazing. Buck would be cool, but earlier carrier birds seem like a super sketchy proposition to fly and mainly land. The Buck was apparently quite easy to fly. I mean, they used to fly them about 3 feet off the ground, so it must be doing something right. But the other thing is it was used as land-based for most of its career. After the Royal Navy lost its carriers, the RAF got them all, and they quite liked them. And then in the Buck, you have the wonderful... please don't ban me, Twitch. This is literally what it's called, the retard defense. Sorry, retarded defense. Which is, you drop a pair of 2,000-pound parachute-retarded bombs, and you're so low to the ground that they blow up whoever's chasing you. I'm not joking, that's an actual thing. I would very much enjoy being able to do that in DCS. Forget the Sea Vixen, I'm getting us the Cutlass. Yeah, I'll take the Gutless Cutlass. I will absolutely take the Gutless Cutlass. I would pay fucking money to watch the average DCS player trying to fly the Cutlass. Holy fuck, that'd be funny. Absolutely hysterical. Carrier aircraft that actually pass their carrier trials are too boring. See, you get it. You get it. Jank is good. Jank is fun. Alright. I also didn't notice, but the flag does actually flutter in the wind, which is quite cute. So I'm going to shift back to the BRB screen. I'm going to grab myself another drink and take a short break, not too long, and then we're going to hit some DCS. What aircraft is this? This is the Laticoeur, what model number is it? Model 631 or something like that? It's a 1940s French flying boat. It's very long-ranged, as you might imagine from the size of it. About 2,500, 3,000 miles non-stop. Catalina, oh no, it's much bigger than a Catalina. Much, much bigger. 631, yeah. Laticoeur 631. It had a fairly short operational lifespan. It was developed in the lead up to World War II, so it spent most of the war being, toyed with by the Germans. And then after the war, from 1945 to 1955, it operated passenger services around the world. Yeah, I absolutely love flying boats as well. I figure, if I was ever, Jeff Bezos level rich, and I just had to throw money away at something because I have so much I don't know what to do with it, instead of buying some horrifically offensive to good fashion super yacht like all the billionaires do, I would get an old flying boat and restore it and live in it. I mean, there's none of these surviving, but something like a Catalina or say a short Sunderland or something of, something of that vintage, maybe even a Grumman Albatross, I'd just live in it. Who needs a yacht when you have a flying boat? Hey, Vex. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to be back in a few minutes, just going to grab a drink, take a short break, get DCS running, and we'll do some flying in that. the B-52 variant I wish we had in DCS right there. As I suspected, Tempest server is dead as fuck at this time of day. Because, I mean, it is like, what, probably early morning in the civilized part of the world? Yeah, it is. So Tempest is a no-go. Ligmas has a few people on it. Could jump on Ligmas. The dogfighting server's only got a couple of people on it. I don't know if they're in the guns arenas either. They might be in the 1v1. I'll have a look. If they're in the guns arena, I might hop on and do some Mirage stuff for a little while and then hop over to Ligmas. I'm not sure. We shall see. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. I know, right? It's been too long since I last listened to it. But yeah, I've been getting back to grips with the Mirage 2000, and between that and the status that the Strike Eagle released in, I'm really looking forward to the MiG-23. It's really filled me with enthusiasm for it. Do 1v1s if you want to? Yeah, sure, Saber. Let me just see, where are people in this server? Are they in the arena? No, they're in the 1v1 slots, which I kind of expected. Yeah, we could do that. We could hop in the open 1v1 slots. Alright. Yeah, I'll give you a couple minutes to get set up. Least eclectic playlist. Hello. If you want to hop in Mode Better Meta's dogfight server and then like 1v1 slot 5. No worries. I'll start out with the Mirage and then I might swap to the MiG-29 after a few. Which I'm thoroughly out of practice on. So I was on here, was it yesterday? Just messing around for a bit, tearing up F-15s until they all swap to the other team like they usually do. I feel like the Mirage now, after the flight model changes and the engine modeling changes, is actually more dangerous. Like, people used to complain about, oh, it's a UFO, or it bleeds speed too fast, or like this or that. Like, it feels better now. Like, actually better, more dangerous. Tried the F-15 yet? Yes. I actually tried it about a week before it released. And then again the other day. I did not. How are you liking it? You can hear me, right? Yeah. Just making sure. Because it seems like every time my PC restarts, it fucks up my audio. Yeah. Yeah, like, because I fly so much World War II stuff, and because I also fly a lot of twin engine stuff, I just go for the twin throttle by default now. Well, the Thrustmaster one had what? It had the throttles to themselves, it had the slider, and then it had the TDC. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah. I wish the Verpal stuff had more actual sliders. Like, it has encoders and you can use the software to make them act as sliders, but I wish there was, like, I don't know if it'd make it too complex or what, but like if you could push in the encoders and then it like declutches it so it spins freely or something, that would be amazing. DCS Dogfighters, PvP, BFM, ACM, Just Dance. At least I think that's his server. Change the name of it. And I'm in 1v1 slot 5. Yeah. Yeah, and you want something like that to take a deliberate action so that you don't, especially with the idle cutoff, you don't want to do that by accident. Yeah. I've got mine, like my Verpal set up with the gate at the back for the idle cutoff is the one that you have to fully lift over, and then for the afterburner I've got it set so it's a push through forwards, but then like I have to lift it coming back. Ready when you are. Yeah, no worries. Alright, let's go. Gotta wait for all the textures to load in. Oh, we're over the mountains. This'll be interesting. Oh, this is where I love to be with the Mirage. Once you get behind someone with this aircraft, you can really easily stay there. Because you're a Delta, right? You slap out the boards and then just pull the nose up if you want to stop. So you basically don't overshoot. Unless you get caught really with, you know, not paying attention. Just gotta get close enough for an actual gunshot. Getting there. I gotta make sure I don't try and cut the corner on him and smack head first into a mountain as well. Oop, we're a little low. Interesting. Ah, the F-16 space rocket maneuver. This might actually work out for him, because I'm probably going to run out of airspeed before he does. Of course, if we were using missiles in this, I'd have him already, but we're not. Just gotta watch he doesn't get that nose down at me on the way back down. That actually did kind of work out for him. Because now he can just sit above me. I gotta build my airspeed back up. On the other hand, the Mirage has really good nose authority at low speed. I tightened up the throttle tension a little, and now I've got to kind of level with my thumb to reduce the power, so I don't pull my fucking throttle off my desk. May have overcooked it a little. That's my fuel looking, 1200. Got to do something soon. He'll probably run out before I do, but... So probably going to try and force an overshoot here in a minute. Oh, shit. You rolled out of it just in time. Saber knows me well enough, he has kind of a sixth sense for when I'm going to try and pull a shot like that. Which is what I'm known for doing as well. Yeah, I think I probably clipped you with 1 or 2 rounds just there. It's not quite as sensitive to that anymore. Like, if you're already fast, it's just producing so much thrust that it doesn't bleed it quite as much. On the other hand, if you're already slow, it kind of falls into a black hole because the engine's not producing anything. You okay there, buddy? Well, that was dangerous. Yeah, I noticed that a bit too late. Ah, I was going for the execution, but couldn't quite get it. Good fight. Alright, let's reset. Ready when you are. I've got those too, buddy. You and your space climbs, man. That actually, like, it kind of worked out for you the first time as well, because my nose just dropped off and you were sitting above me, but I don't think you could quite get yours around quick enough to capitalize. Like, same here, my nose just dropped off, I can't keep that up. I think you had higher speed going into it anyway, but like... Yeah. There it is. Just making sure that's actually him and not a fucking planet, because I mistook him for Venus last time. There he is. Oh, I'm a bit slow. Oof. Good shot. Just killed my engine. That's a little slow to reply there. I don't think I've got guns anyway. Nah. Trigger's dead. Good kill. Alright, ready when you are. I didn't notice the merge there. Oopsies. This could be problematic. I was so busy doing a little G warm-up, I didn't see you merge with me. A little spooked now, I can't see a contrail. No idea where he is. There. Sneaky bugger. Thank you for that. Whoop. There he is. Snuck up on me pretty good there. Sure is.
Is it an illusion? No.
Cheers to the resub,
It's a
Cody.
mirage.
Looking like a very tempting target for magic there. What do you got, 9Ms or 9X? Ah, we can stick with guns. Christ. Mm-hmm. He's probably gonna have the energy for another loot though, and I'm barely able to hold level. I'm really struggling. Rapid charge, here's for follow. Shouldn't have pulled so hard. He's just gonna gain on me and whiz back up now. Yeah, there he goes. He's kind of Barber's polling it. He's probably going to try and dump the nose on me here. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what he's doing. Stay above his gun line, get him into a roller if I can. This is where the Mirage excels. Get them, like, bait them into a roller, descending roller, and then pop the brakes. You can just sit right behind them. Spit them out the bottom. Problem is, though, he's in an F-16, so he can just accelerate away. Because he knows what I'm doing. That would work for a missile shot, but we're not doing missiles, so... I've got to get the gun kill. F-18? No, this is a Mirage 2000. I'm fighting an F-16. I'd have no trouble catching a Hornet with this. But the F-16 can actually out-accelerate me in certain flight regimes. Judging by my fuel state, yours probably very much one last thing. Bit behind your lift vector. Send it. Were you trying to, like, throw a shit ton of fucking flares out and then dive away so I couldn't see you? There we go. Boom. Yeah, no worries. I'll keep... Alright, I'm gonna hit fly. Now he's gonna go vertical after getting me to bleed off all my speed. Maybe? No, he's gonna reverse. Interesting. Slowing down. I'm gonna keep some closure, but I don't want to overcook it because the air brakes are still very effective, but they're not quite as effective as they used to be. It's not like digging your fucking heels in anymore. It certainly looks very impressive. There we go, up to space. Into the sun as well. Well, he's not climbing quite as steeply this time. Might actually have a hope of keeping up, sort of. Is he on back up? Yes, he is. I want my speed back a bit. Getting very low on fuel as well. Lost sight. Rot roll. DCS spotting memento. There he is. Ah. Lucky he didn't shoot me in the face. Tried there. He might be trying to draw me into a rate fight here, which he should win in that thing. He's pulling away from me anyway. I kind of cut the circle and get a shot, or I'm not going to get one at all, especially in my fuel state. Shit. Not quite as good as these blind shots as I used to be. Oop. There we go, finally. Good fight. Pretty close, 26 rounds left per gun. But I was nearly out of fuel. I'm gonna grab a 29. Oh, I pulled way too hard there. I burnt so much energy. I'm very out of practice in this.
Uzi 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 14343 at 7,000 hot.
Переведи в напор. Переведи в напор.
Uzi 2-1, focus, 5-1, pop-up group, 08343 at 6,000 hot. Uzi 2-1, focus, 5-1, pop-up group, 286-400 at 500 cold.
I want to get him away from this mountain.
5-1, pop-up group, 12442 at 6,000 hot.
There he is.
Переведи в напор. Переведи в напор. Переведи в напор. Переведи в напор.
Shit, I'm pulling too hard again. I'm so rusty in this thing, man. Gotta remember as well, I'm fighting a Hornet and I can't really fight that the same way I'd fight a 16, because it'll just pull its nose.
1, focus, 5-1, bra, 126, 4-1, at 5,000, hot.
I'm gonna read up. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my god, how did I survive that?
Uzi, 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 231, 490, at 6,000, hot.
Shit.
Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер.
Uzi, 2-1, focus, 5-1, pop-up group, 287, 4,
Yeah.
400,
Good shot. I'm so rusty in this.
Управляй вручную.
Alright, tell me when. Hey, 3 shy. Leave the trim neutral this time going into the merge. Maybe not quite neutral, give it a little bit of nose up.
Смотри экран.
Insert cache or select
Cheers,
payment
man.
type.
Appreciate it. There he is. He really cranked his nose around there.
group, 15843, at 6,000, hot.
Okay, if he's going to start pulling his nose and he's in a 16, I can actually do this. So across this, I'll dip a bit to get some speed.
Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в
There we
Доплер.
go. That's a little better.
Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер.
Getting a little slow again.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
The mountains and the altitude definitely complicate this a lot.
Переведи в набор. 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 Переведи в набор.
Why is my gun not firing? Gun selected, why is it not firing? My gun's not firing, hang on. Did it unbind? What the fuck?
Скорость предельная. Скорость предельная.
Why is it bound to... Oh, no.
Предельная. Скорость
Oh, I'm a dipshit.
Скорость предельная.
It's because I forgot what I bound it to. I have it set to pull both triggers to fire.
Скорость предельная. Скорость
Yes. Oh. Might have to change that at some point. I had it set to both because I didn't want to accidentally fire missiles off, but... And there's no separate... The way it should work is there's a separate trigger for the gun and the missiles in the real aircraft, but DCS doesn't model that for whatever stupid reason.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в
Also, my aircraft is attempting to kill itself.
Пожар левого двигателя. Пожар левого двигателя. Пожар левого двигателя. Пожар левого двигателя.
I'm pretty much screwed.
Пожар левого двигателя. Пожар левого
Good kill.
Пожар левого двигателя.
Ready to go when you are. Oops. Actually, I just hit fly because I'm a dipshit.
Uzi 2-1, focus 5-1, bra 2-1-1, 417 at 6,000 knots. Uzi 2-1, focus 5-1, merged.
I'm gonna trim the 29 so much. I've got to get back in the habit of doing it. Coming into the merge a bit fast, that's why he's getting his nose around quicker than me.
Uzi 2-1, focus 5-1, bra
Need to manage my speed better. The 29's really the kind of aircraft where you have to be very careful with what your throttles are doing. Interesting. See if he reverses here. Yep, he did. Okay. We can work with that. Apparently I accidentally hit the auto dispense button for my fucking countermeasures.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
I don't even know what button I pressed to make it do that. It helped if I had my gun selected. Yeah, I gotta rewind that trigger. That's really awkward for gunfighting. I don't gunfight in that in this thing that much anymore. I mostly use it for missiles, so trigger setup made sense when doing that, but it's pretty stupid for gunfights.
Focus 5-1, bra 206, 4260 at 9,000 knots. Uzi 2-1, focus 5-1, bra 287, 400 at 1,500 cold.
It's that center of pressure shift that really fucks you over in the MiG-29 once you get close to transonic. You gotta really manage your speed and manage your trim in this jet. It's really hands-on. It's much harder, in my opinion, than pretty much any of the other jets in the game for this kind of thing. It's really good at it, but it's really difficult to manage it. Like, I'd say it's probably pretty much an equal of the F-16 in a gunfight, in almost every respect, except difficulty, because you've got to do so much stuff at once. It's very, very hands-on. And also with my HOTAS setup, I'm having to kind of use both hands on the stick here a lot to hold it steady.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Осталось 1500 килограмм. Осталось 1500 килограмм.
There he is. Nearly lost sight of him. Running out of fuel though. Just under 1500 left. Oof. Just barely. Hey Lush, good to see you. This is a workout, man. Nope.
Uzi 2-1, focus 5-1, bra 231, 4300 at 6,000 cold.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
Shit. Ah, he just ejected. I'm going to quickly change my trigger bind. There we go. And it won't fire if I pull that together. 1 second. Hit and fly. Oops, shit. Fuck, I keep doing it! There we go. It was a little closer of a merge than I planned. Ah. See, he maintained his speed that time. Because he's in something a little different. I've got to get his nose inside me. Fucking vapes coming off of that thing, Jesus. We'll see how this goes. If I'd realised he was going to do that now, I would have kept a little closer during that dive. I came off the power because I was worried that I'd get a bit close and then he'd either pull a hard turn or I'd overshoot. But he might actually leave me behind here because I didn't enter enough, or enter this with enough speed. We'll see. Just out of cannon range. Just ever so slightly. His nose has dropped as well. A little bit of rudder, try and bring it down, massage it in. Come on, come on, come on, just a little more, a little more. Ha 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 ha! Thanks.
предельная. Скорость предельная.
It's not close combat range yet. Hello. He's coming in pretty hot. MiG-29.
Uzi, 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 291, 4-1, at 8,000, hot.
Right behind you. This is a hoodie. I'm not wearing my jersey. It's just a hoodie. A lot of that going around.
Uzi, 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 16542.
Of course.
6,000, flanking.
It was kind of bouncy. It wasn't going to hit.
Uzi, 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 120.
It's quite difficult to hit him when we're moving this quickly. Just too much lead. Gun sight falls off the HUD. There we go. Don't kink shame. Yeah, I might actually. Just gonna hit fly now, make sure I haven't got the trigger bound up to something stupid.
Fork 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 208, 418, 6,000, hot.
I do.
Fork 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 286, 400, at 1,500, cold.
Nice. Came into the merge super slow.
Fork 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 03543, at 7,000, cold.
Предельный угол атаки. Предельная перегрузка. Предельный угол
Yeah,
атаки.
neither does the Mirage.
Предельная перегрузка. Предельный угол атаки. Предельная перегрузка.
Fork 2-1, focus, 5-1, bra, 286, 400, at 1,500, hot.
It's going good, man. Good to see you.
2000 hot.
Just doing some one-on-one stuff with Saber because I haven't for a while. Gotta get a little closer. We'll wait for him to not quite be turning so hard. Bit of a lag pursuit, so I'm not pulling across the circle quite so hard. And then he's going to roll and mess it all up. Oof. Nearly made me overshoot. Yeah, it goes alright. I did, I'm really doing, like, any dogfighting with it, but I did throw it around a bit. It feels pretty good in the air. I mean, it's kind of like the F-15C, right? It's just heavier, but it's, like, it can pull its nose really well, but it's got a good sustain as well. 1 sec. Well, I have access to it, but I have to switch over to standalone. Because Steam isn't compatible with ED account stuff. It's one of the perks of helping test for the MiG-19 and the MiG-23. Oops. Oh, they have like some demented codex or something. Yeah, I forgot. I'm dead. Ow. Should have seen that coming. There he is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I know, Rita. That was the plan. Where the fuck did he hit me? It's got me on the wing or something. Jet seems okay, everything's working that needs to work. Give him a bit of lag, so we're not pulling the gun sight off the HUD again. Not too much. Pull. Oh, Saber. Oh, interesting. Trying to dump me into the dirt. Nice try. you nearly got me to fly into the mountain there. I think what brought you unstuck those 2 times there is just like you were getting into a good position on me, but then I could just leverage this thing's angle attack to kind of force you out in front. You were getting behind me pretty well, but I could just use this thing's angle of attack to kind of sit there and make you blow past. What's the hype on? He's gonna do the same thing, he's gonna drop on me. So we'll deny him the shot this time instead of letting him hit me. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I can just use the 27's ability to pull its nose to force him out ahead of me. Oof. Just with that. Nice jink. He's really good at sensing when I'm about to shoot and then just rolling out of it. In the Mirage, it's quite easy to tell when I'm going to shoot, because you can see the vapes build up on the wings, but with this it's a little more difficult, because they haven't modeled vapes on it yet, unfortunately. On the Mud Hen, that would explain a few things, yeah. He's pulling away from me. Slowly, but he's pulling away from me. I'm probably going to drop my nose before he drops his, whereas the MiG-29 I could follow him all the way up, and we'd drop at the same time. But yeah, here we go. Rita's going to start spewing out fucking predilny uгол атаки at me in a minute here. Or that. I can kind of keep him. It's really sketch. Oh. Bro, come on. Come on, give me airflow. There we go. Get some air over the rudder. Shh. Quiet, Rita. Deliberately shoot outside his circle a bit, so I'm able to pull back in and ease off the pressure a little. There we go, that's looking better. That's looking better. Hey! Good fight. Do another Mirage one. Mirage vs. Yeah, no worries. You want to do... Yeah, 1 or 2 more. I'll bring the Mirage against it. Alright, hit and fly. Probably get away from me here. Doubt it's worth following him. We might actually... Maybe... Is he gonna drop his nose? It might work out, maybe. Kinda. Oh, right in the sun, too. No. I mean, he can't get a shot at me, but also now we're both low speed. I am behind him, but we're both very low speed. It's going to take me a while to recover mine. Might go up again here, maybe? Oh, he's gonna drop down. Just dropped out of burner, you can see the smoke. Oh, Jesus. Netcode. Nah, buddy, you're not making a Mirage 2000 overshoot you. Not like that. I noticed. The netcode did not like it one bit. I feel like if I was in any other jet that would have worked, but that's like... That's the standard Mirage defensive move. Oh, here we go. Go up to blow up. Into the sun though. Clever. Very clever. Oh, shit. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Drop the nose. There we go. It very much was on my screen. That was dirty, though. You dragged me straight into the sun. Right as I was about to pull the trigger, you vanished. I know, it's because of the interpolation between clients. It's pretty fucky. If you watch any of the, like... Yeah, like, if you watch the gunfighting tournaments, you'll see somebody's traces fly, like, 2 jet lengths behind someone and cut them in half. Ready when you are. You got that nose around pretty quick, huh? Come out to the right to get above his guns. Hey, there we go. Full stick, full rudder right and back. Force him out in front. I'd be fucking happy if that hit. Baby, come on. I've got no speed now, though. So this is where he's going to try and walk away from me, and he might well do it. Oh, no. He's going to reverse back in. Okay, we can work with this. A little slow. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Nose down. Let's go. Hey, Koi. Good to see you, man. Is my hair a bit fucked, is it? Many such cases. Into the sun. Through the clouds into the sun. You cheeky bastard. Just kind of make him out in front of me. Can't even make out my own airspeed in the HUD. About 250 knots. He might drop out before I do here. Oh. Come on. Get ready with the rudder and the stick. Okay. I'm not going to get the shot here. Oh, I might get a snap as he goes past. Not quite. But it puts me above and behind him, which is where I want to be in this thing. Is that for airspeed purposes? Airframe lightning. I've got to be careful or I'm going to do the same thing. Did any of that hit? That was close. Yeah, that's on the side that fell off, I think. Might have taken some important wiring with it.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
How's it? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There he is. Yeah, there's definitely fire. It's not coming out of his gun barrel. Oh no! Oh no, I'm out of ammo! Good fights, man. From Edmonton? I am indeed. Exile, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, good fights, man. That was good. It was pretty impressive just how well that thing carries its energy through the merge, like when you were going straight vertical, and just, I couldn't really keep up with you. I could kind of get close with the 29 and the Mirage if I came into the merge faster than you did, but otherwise... Is anyone on temp? Oh, there's a couple Tempests now. Yeah. Don't bother with ECW right now. The EWRs are broken and nothing shows up. Understandable. Yeah, I've done that a few times recently as well. I'll take a short break and do some Gunner Heat PC then. I think that's what I'll do. Alright, I'm gonna hop off Discord. Cheers for the fights, man. I'll catch you guys later. Alright guys, I will be back in a little while. Not too long. I have the big hungry since I slept like most of the day, so I'm gonna have another snack and then we'll gonna hit PC up. It's time. Hello. Oh. It is not time because I forgot to close DCS. Genius. Hopefully OBS hooks the right game now. Let me also fix my backdrop there. One moment. Problem solved. Likewise, Saber, don't worry. I'm also extremely heavily corroded. Hello, OBS. Are you going to see the game? Yes, it is. Good. Right, let's start with a new mission. Situation, your 3rd platoon, tasked with delaying enemy forward elements from passing through the valley behind crossroads. Enemy company plus with attached recon, 1 T-72 platoon, 3 BMP platoons, reconnaissance platoon, potential for enemy fixed or rotary wing CAS. Friendly is 4 M2 Bradleys, on-call CAS and on-call fires. Mission, your battle plan is to occupy battle point 15 and defeat, or battle position 15 I guess, and defeat forward reconnaissance elements. On doing so, shift to battle point 16, hold BP 16/crossroads until enemy force is ineffective. Other, you have latitude for movement around the BPs and do not need to treat them as rigidly fixed positions, just with 100-200 meters or so, and then you know how you can move vehicles individually into positions. So, let's give this a go. We've got a couple of Bradleys against a reasonably large East German armoured force. It might take a while to load because it's the first time I've launched the game today. We'll do some night missions too, because with the new skyboxes, the night missions should look a lot prettier. It's also been a while since I've done one, so we might do that. Might do like Lethargic Liberty at night or something. That one's usually pretty good. Alright.
Cutter ready. Paybo index.
Get our sights set up. So we need to advance to this position just short of the town here. Kill any of the enemy reconnaissance that comes in, and then fall back to this position and defend the crossroad behind. Simple enough. So I'll just keep these guys in column till we get up a little further. I might space them out though. 50-meter spacing. You want to get an aircraft for air-to-air. Currently I'm stuck between the F-16 and F-18. Which one do you think is better for air-to-air? Depends. The Hornet carries more missiles, although I would not recommend carrying as many as you possibly can, because it's not fast to begin with, and that just slows it down more. If you like really sort of turn and burn fights, the Hornet's pretty good at that. If you like high speed and you like beyond visual range stuff, the F-16 is good for that. But it's kind of a what flavor do you prefer situation. Neither of them is really better than the other. And also you're probably asking the wrong person, because I don't really fly modern stuff, and I fly mostly Red Force stuff as well. So to me they're functionally basically the same thing, just one's a little faster and one carries more shit, and can point its nose a little better. I would recommend taking advantage of the free trials, and just try both and see what you like more. It's probably the best way to do it, really. Free trial is definitely a cool thing. Just be aware that you can only use the free trials on a standalone DCS account. You can't use it with the Steam version of the game. I would say it depends. I actually prefer the Hornets interface to the F-16s, although I'm not very good at either of them, so take that for what it's worth. What am I scanning over there for? But also, part of the reason people don't like the Hornets interface is because a lot of people just don't really understand how it's supposed to be used. And outside of the context it's meant to be used in, it's not quite so easy to pick up. Oh shit. Where is it? Down there somewhere? Hang on, I see the tank. Okay, they're engaging him. Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna hit him with a tow, fuck it. Not yet. Apparently Soviet vehicles are coming pretty shortly, though. They're getting pretty close to releasing. Infantry is maybe still a couple patches away, because there's still a few things that need to be perfected, but they are working and in-game. So, it's starting to pick up a little. Just tell these guys to halt, because I'm going to manually position a bunch of them. Park this guy here. Grab the last one. Just get these guys into position before the main attack comes in. Catch you later, Hazard. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, hopefully you enjoy trialing out those two jets and you can figure out which one you prefer. Because like I said, I'm probably not very helpful in that regard. It's not my usual cup of tea. Welcome back, Cotty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what? That looks a bit far for a Sabo for me. Although he is also getting very close to a tree. Call that about 2 kilometers, just guessing. More than that. Alright, someone else got him. The RDM wreck. Oh look, a Kiowa. Oh shit, that's the first time I've seen them engage with ATGMs. Fuck. Where even is he? Oh, there you are, you shit. Phew. Why does a Kiowa sound like a Huey? Because it's got a very similar propulsion system. It's a 2-blade rotor. Single engine 2-blade rotor. We'll skip back to this guy, since I think he's got the best view of this this angle. Actually, none of them have an especially good view here. Does a hind swish as it flies by? I don't remember. I think it kind of does. I usually try and avoid letting them get close enough to be able to notice things like that. Hey, buddy. It's an old school Kiowa as well. Really cool thing. He spotted the main enemy body incoming, and here comes the preparatory barrage. Boy, am I glad we're not there anymore. Yeah, it's like the blades are slightly out of trim or something like that. All MIL helicopters do it. All of them. The Me-6 and Me-26 both do it as well. Oh, that's way out there. Call that about 2 kilometers. Oh shit. Shit. Just dump it into terrain. Go for this one.
Tracking. Target. Engage. Tracking. Tracking. Target.
Traverse left.
Can't see it.
Identified! Fire! Obstruction on the way! Next target, gunner, Sabo, PC. Traverse left. Fire! Obstruction! Next target, gunner, Sabo, PC. Traverse target! Re-engage!
What's me doing? Oh shit!
Sabo, PC. On the way!
They're getting a bit close.
Next target. Target. Ceasefire.
I just remembered I have this. Ooh, lucky hit right in the ammo. Are you alive? I'm gonna shoot you just in case. Okay, I think it's safe to say he's probably not alive. He is. I've never had them get this close to me before. Fuck that, I'm going missile tank.
Tracking. Target. Re-engage. Gunner, Sabo, PC. All the way. Target.
Holy shit! It's a bit close, dude! Also, yeah, they know there's a performance problem with the bomb drops. It's gonna be patched in probably a couple days. And the reason for that performance slowdown is kind of very funny. But I don't think it's public knowledge at the moment, so... Alright. Well... We lost 2 of our Bradleys. Usually I complete this without losing a single one, but we got kind of unlucky today. I probably should have had 2 of them positioned on that hilltop so I could kind of cover each other. And I should have been able to deal with the Hinds sooner, because as soon as I lost that guy, I was kind of limited until things were right on top of me. So, lesson learned. Which mission was this? This is the new one, Crossroads. Wager has something to do with terminal ballistics? No comment. No, it's not something you would expect. It's kind of funny. Like, the bombs look amazing when they go off, it's just that when there's a lot of them going off at once, it causes problems. See if I can get a shot into that last T-72 as it retreats. It's not sound. Where is he? Might need to scoot up to the next ridge. Tell the other Bradley to form up with me. I don't know if he'll be able to, because he's got a berm right in front of his face, but...
Gunner, missile, tank, server, yeah! Identified, fire, on the way! Tracking. Target, ceasefire!
There we go. Okay, let's see if I can get another cast run on something, and we'll just have a look at the explosions, because they look really cool. Like, really, really cool. The fact that I had two lots of bombs going off at once is why it slowed down quite so badly there. Let's keep an eye out for which direction the Phantom comes in from. There, it sounds like. Oh yeah, there he is. I don't feel drop though, because there's probably nothing left alive for him to drop on. Oh, he sees something. Not sure what he sees, but he sees something. I think. Oh, he's just patrolling, actually, I think is what he's doing. He's patrolling, he's looking for something. We might need to rerun the mission just to give them something to bomb. Because I don't think they'll drop without a target. Yeah, he's in a holding pattern. Which is neat. Alright, well, let's have a quick look through the AAR, and then I'll just quickly rerun it once to show you what it looks like when they drop. Of course, we're using Bradley's, so there's going to be a lot of shots recorded from the 25 mils. Oof. Oof, that hurt. That was a good shot. That was why he crashed. And then this was the other guy firing. It's a pretty solid hit. So that's the first time I've actually seen them get a shot off with the ATGMs. Normally they don't. Yeah, very good. Oh, oh. Yeah, I think that's a pretty convincing kill right there. Pilot just got completely deleted. And we lost him to a T-72, it looks like. I need to set my controls up in IL2 for my new HOTAS, because I haven't fucking played for so long. Well, like BAT, that is. I think I've got them set up for just the World War II stuff. So here we go. Sticker Mark 82s. Boom, one there, one there. So those were the two that counted as hits from the first Phantom, and then the second Phantom. Oh! Ouch! Direct hit. And that one was getting dangerously close to me. Alright. And that was the finisher. Let's quickly restart it, and we'll just get the Phantoms to bomb something. So we'll have to go up, run up to the position that we're supposed to go to, just to trigger the enemy to, you know, appear. I should note as well, because I am streaming, it does drop the performance of the game noticeably, so I get slowdowns with the CAS bombing runs when I'm not streaming too, but it's more noticeable when streaming. So like the way the game full-on chugged there, I don't usually get that. It's just that trying to render the video and play at the same time is a bit much for my PC. It's very funny how quickly you get like a really expensive, pretty close to top-of-the-line gaming PC, and you're like, aha, I can run everything at maximum settings and never worry about performance again, and then you're like, no. I expected too much, especially while streaming. That's the other thing I should note, though, is I do play this with the settings cranked as far as they'll go, so while it is in need of an optimization pass, and there is one coming pretty soon, I'd imagine, I am also an idiot with the settings cranked, so it will perform better if you're not like me and you actually turn the settings down a bit. Where the wires didn't exist between two poles, are the wires perhaps procedural? I think they might be, because I've noticed a few places where there should be a three-way junction. There weren't any wires. Okay. Come on, Mr. Phantom Man. There he is. Wait, yep, there he is. Both of them. They should hopefully spot something soon enough. Maybe. Oh. Looks like it. Mm-hmm. And they're both going to drop at once, which is again going to kill my frames. Hang on, let me pause this. And we'll get a little bit closer to the Phantom so we can see this a little better. See the shockwave as the bombs go off. It looks awesome. I just erased a whole platoon. Let's have a look at what damage that did, actually. There we go. Fire support. Is it not going to show anything? Oh, player shots, right. There we go. Interesting. So it only considers that to be a hit. If we turn off show hits only. Oh my god. There we go. So there's 1, 2. Three. Shockwaves probably did it. Like the overpressure would have probably got that guy. It was pretty close. Kind of surprised the tank got knocked out. It's not there. They originally weren't, but all the maps have power lines on them now, but there's just some areas where there's a pair of poles with them missing between. So it's probably the system they use to do it doesn't quite fill them all in automatically, and they just got to do it by hand in a few places, something like that. Either way, effective bombing run. So let's go do a night mission. The after action report doesn't, no. It doesn't consider overpressure, just actual hits from either the main weapon itself or shrapnel. I'm gonna do, I think it's Point Alpha? No, it's not Point Alpha, it's Outskirts. No, it's not Outskirts. Shit, which one is it? Northfields? Yeah, Northfields. We'll do Lethargic Liberty and we'll do it at night. Check out the new nighttime skyboxes. 23rd Tactical Fighter Squadron, dedicated Seed Squadron. Well, they're flying out of Spangdahlem, right? It's a SP code on the tail. Ooh. Looks different through the night vision too. Look at that. Huge improvement. Okay. Ah, okay. Interesting. Spread these guys out a little. 25 meters is a bit close for my liking, to be honest. Just hold here for a minute. You look a little suspicious. You look kind of like a BMP, in fact. And if we look, he's about here, so we're slightly over a kilometer to him. So I would say we're at the position where we can just lob a sabot at him and see if it connects. It did. Let's follow it up with a heat round. Beautiful. 23s. Gonna deliberately take it slow this time. Just try and avoid driving into something. I mean, they're just flying by, they're not actually dropping anything. Oh, I should probably give those guys some space. I don't want them getting hung up on the trees, but I might have to. Just stay here, because I don't want to push further out to the left or I'll get smacked. I'll expose myself too much around this corner. I wonder what's over there. Okay, that's the right BMP. Oh, hello.
Fire. On the way.
Call that about 800.
Target. Ceasefire. Gunner, Sabo, PC. Traverse right. On. Identified. Fire. Fire heat. On the way.
I don't see it. Just gonna creep ahead. Because I do see these guys. Call it about the same range, 800-ish.
Next target. Gunner, Sabo, PC.
No, we're gonna go Gunner Sabo tank. Or Gunner Heat tank, I guess.
Target. Re-engage. Target. Next target. Gunner, PC. Traverse right. Scanning. On. Identified. Fire. Fire heat.
Still don't see him, man. Fuck it, I'ma just guess. Whoop, that was a bit low.
Re-engage.
And we'll go to about 1200.
Target. Re-engage.
Okay.
Helpful. Re-engage. Target. Ceasefire.
Hey. Never underestimate the power of guesstimation. Okay, have I still got my whole platoon? I have! Nice! Usually I've lost at least one by this point, but that's because we got the T-55s by surprise for once. Just drop some artillery on the town as we pass it. Make sure it's clear. Come with this bicentennial stream. Oh, is he streaming again? I might raid out to him in a bit then. I'm not going to go too much longer. Doesn't feel like I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, but apparently I have. Short by my standards, but I did plan on it being a relatively short one today, to be honest. Okay, that's the guy that we already knocked out, I think. No. Just leave the nods on. Oh, maybe we won't, because there's another flare. He's knocked out, I think. But we'll just make sure. Never hurts to be sure.
Gunner, heat, PC. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
Pretty proud of that one. Alright. We're gonna push past and get into that tree line. I'll actually leave these guys in formation. We'll just move a little quicker. That's their artillery, not ours. Drop a aluminum flare behind there. We're going to drop artillery on the ridge line because that's where we expect the enemy from. We're going to get into these trees and we're going to try and pre-range them as soon as that flare comes in. Oh, there's not much of a tree line here anymore, hey? Ah, fuck it, this'll do. Just need the flare to drop. There we go. Maybe a little far back, but... Come on, man. Come on. Please fall faster. Shit, yeah, I definitely should have dropped that closer. Never mind, we're just gonna have to fucking point and shoot. Over. So come down a little. We've got Sabo up now though, so it's not going to matter. I'm going to push forward slightly. It's raining. Roll forwards a little further. Oop.
Right. Identified fire on the way. Target, re-engage. They've got us lined up.
Oh god.
Target, re-engage. Next target, gunner stable tank. Traverse right. On it. Identified. Re-engage.
You can barely see it. Oh, that got all the spicy at the end. What, the, this map? Yeah. You can see the little, like, ditches and stuff. That was a little stressful. So our first round hit it, but it didn't really do much. Oh, it damaged the gun, I guess. The second one is what killed it. Actually, they bailed after the first round. The vehicle was empty when the second hit it. That was a pretty good shot. F to that guy. And then a second one just cause, you know, gotta be sure. Went through the day site and then took out the night site as well. Might do a T-72 mission next. What should I do? Jolly Joust, maybe. Actually, you know what? I don't think I've done in a while and would be really awesome with the new explosion audio. This should be interesting. We won't have quite so many targets to shoot at, but it should be pretty spicy. You may have also noticed there's now heat haze in the game from burning tanks and from muzzle blast. You get the heat haze coming off the gun barrel after a tank gun fires. So all these extra little things to obscure your vision on the battlefield even more, which is absolutely excellent and how it should be. Oh. Tell our buddy to follow in column, 50 meters behind. Sun's quite low in the sky this time. Usually I get it more towards the middle of the day. Right. There we go. Whoop! That's a tree! That's a pair of trees. Shit. Nobody saw that. Well. Oh, and he's stuck on a tree too? Come on, man. We're gonna restart that. Confuse the player feels like a skill issue. I mean, it is. What really shits me off is the map in Reforger. Like, it's so awful to use. It's like a fucking tourist map until you zoom all the way in, and even then it's not a proper military map. It's just... In Armour, of all things, it should be a proper fucking military map. There we go. There they are. So we'll cross this gap first, and then we'll call the artillery in. Oof. An attempt was made. Okay, I'll tell him to stop there on the back side of the hill where he's kind of in cover. Okay, by the bend in the road there. Not quite on target. Might need a second barrage on them. We will need a second barrage on them. So it's more like over here. Come on. Oh, so close. Hang on. Who's that? It's an F-104. It's the Germans. Right, one of them's still up, so we're going to just walk it towards us, since I'm apparently incapable of getting good hits with this today. That should do him. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Ooh, oh, beautiful. Love to see it. Okay. Now we want to get the close one. So he's on the near side of that bend in the road. He's like here. It's a little too close. Gotta push it forwards a little. So like here-ish. Vulcans? No. Just regular 113s. It's not so much him I'm worried about, it's the pair of toes next to him. Oh, that's more like it. Boom. Perfect. Now we push up to the next tree line. Okay, there's 113s over there in front of us. Part way up the hill. Like here. That's what my body's shooting at, I think. It's a little off target. Needs to come to the right. They're like right about here. Oh, come on, man. Is he still up? The driver must be alive still. Nope. I'll just bomb the guys in the town, fuck it. Oh, bad noise. It's a little close for comfort as well, to be honest. Here? I don't know. Kind of cast is there at the moment. MiG-23 BNs, the fighter bomber version, and F4s. There are flyovers at the moment by F-104s, Su-22s, and MiG-21s and MiG-17s. But CAS is pretty limited at the moment. There's also Cobras, which are not a thing you can call in at the moment. They're mostly things you fight as an enemy. Heinz and a Kiowa. The Kiowa is just spotting though, it doesn't actually fight. Alright, I'm going to switch to the tanks at this point. We'll go first platoon.
Panzergranate, Schützenpanzer. Nach rechts. Getarnt. Schuss. Achtung!
I don't quite see it yet. Now I do.
Verfehlt. Dasselbe Ziel.
It's a little short.
Treffer. Neues Ziel. Vorladungsgranate. Schützenpanzer. Nach links. Ziel erkannt. Schuss. Achtung!
Oops.
Dasselbe Ziel. Schuss. Feuer einstellen.
Fire one more just to be sure. Drop artillery in the backside of town. T-64 pretty soon, I'd imagine. They said that the Soviet vehicles are getting pretty close to being in-game, so... I'm not sure what order they'll arrive in, but hopefully T-64 comes first. It's a little high. Firing on the move is not very accurate, even the tanks with pretty good stabilizers. Just because the tank's being jostled around so much. All NATO forces eliminated. Did we not... Where are the M60s? Did they not have them this playthrough? Or did we just kill them that quickly? Interesting. As you can see, it now rains sometimes. So there's a dynamic weather system. It's fairly rudimentary at the moment, but there is a dynamic weather system. So you'll sometimes notice mist or fog rolling in. You'll notice rain like this intermittently in some missions. It's quite cool. Is there a joke? No, that was the S-Tank, and it wasn't like ever going to be added anyway, unless they do a whole theater set in Scandinavia. But it's because people keep asking for dumb shit, because people think it's like War Thunder where they can just drive whatever the fuck tank they like. So they'll ask for stuff like the S-Tank or like some random Japanese tank or something like that. It's like, it's the Fulda Gap, dude. The fuck are you asking for? But yeah, like, they had a joke running where every time somebody mentioned the S-Tank, they would say, like, oh, it'll be another 2 weeks before there's any hope of it ever being included in the game. I'm curious what happened to those M60s, man. Unless they got popped right in the opening engagement, because I think in this mission there's a brief window at the start of the mission where a couple of tanks out of the T-72 company can see the M60s and the M60s can see them, and they'll trade shots sometimes. So it might have been a case of that, and the M60 just came off the worst for it. Many such cases. We'll get these guys up to occupy the high ground, and then we'll have a look at the after action. Well, like, the lab might be relevant in a future theater, but it's not in this one. That's the point, right? Like, there's no labs in theater here because it was US Army. I'm pretty sure the Marines had a contingent in Germany, but I don't think they were in this area. Because you've got to remember, they're doing stuff specifically by theater, so if it wasn't, like, they're starting with the Fulda Gap, so if it wasn't present in the Fulda Gap in 1985, it's probably not going to be in the game. And then when they come back and do other theaters, they might do Iraq or something like that, and then you would have an LAV. Or like a M1A1 or M1A2, like people keep asking for, or T80U, whatever. Well, you wouldn't have that in Iraq, but you might have it somewhere else. The whole point is to have a coherent sort of play set of units that belong together in a scenario, rather than end up with the DCS problem, where you've got a fuck ton of different units, but you can't fill out a full scenario, because you just have, like, fucking Noah's Ark of units, but not the specific one you need for this or that historical setting. The new skyboxes are quite nice. I know that was something that was asked about on stream fairly recently, is, are they going to change the clouds? Well, here we go. New skybox. So this is normally where the M60s end up. Turtled up on the far side of this berm here, but no sign of them. They must have just got wrecked at the start of the mission or something. Cool. Let's go to the after action. Ah, that's exactly what happened, yeah. Right at the start, there was an exchange of fire. So he would have been tracked. He would have been killed right there. He would have been killed by that. He got very lucky there. That's another kill shot there. That's another kill shot there. So we lost about a platoon worth of tanks on the way in, it looks like. Then they lost their whole platoon as well right at the start. Oh, he got lucky. Fragment hit a propellant casing, but it didn't actually detonate it. Surprisingly common, actually. When you look at after-action reports in this, you'll notice stuff like that, where someone came that close to death. Alright, let's do, I think one more. I'm starting to get a bit dozy. Fuck it, let's do Obscene Odyssey again. Night in this mission is like suffering, but kind of tempted. No, fuck it, we'll do it in the day. Day makes it a little easier, and it makes a little more sense for the casts, because we're going to need casts in this mission. Should make a living spreading common knowledge on media. Oh no. There's enough disinfo in the world already, dude. In fact, there's too much disinfo in the world already. Alright. Get these guys into line, get them spaced 50 meters, and let's try our best to keep up with the tanks. We'll get our sights set out to 1200. Gonna drop artillery there on that position. Bro, come on. I thought we spoke about this. Enemy activity on the far side of this mountain to our left. I wonder what that might be. We're gonna slow down just a tad so we're not getting all mixed in with the tanks. And also so we're not the first thing the enemy see and fire at.
Panzergranate, Schützenpanzer. Erkannt? Schuss. Achtung. Treffer. Dasselbe Ziel. Schuss. Treffer. Feuer einstellen.
Put some into him as well, just to be sure. Now we keep moving. Shit, he's moving. Didn't even get a look at what that was. Man was in a hurry. Okay, we want to catch up to the tanks a little. We will now call in our bomby boys on that spot and on that spot, and fuck it. How many of these do we get? A few apparently. So we'll just call them all in. We'll spread out a bit to the right since the tanks are going over to the left and the center. Don't want to get all bunched up. Okay, they want us to move to waypoint 2. Which BMP2 is this? It's just a BMP2, that's all it is. Standard BMP2. Yeah, it's an East German one. It's slightly anachronistic though, because the East Germans didn't get BMP2s until quite late, like 87 or 88 or something. But it was just added basically to put the BMP2 in the game, since the rest of the Soviet stuff isn't in yet. It'll probably be changed to a Soviet one when the rest of their vehicles arrive. Oof. Here comes the frame rate killer. Oh, they're firing rockets! Or one of them was. There were rockets, there were bombs. Shit, I haven't seen them using rockets before. Speaking of which... I don't like that noise. I really don't like that noise.
Panzergranate. Treffer. Feuer einstellen.
Bad place to pop up. Really bad place to pop up, buddy.
Panzergranate. Drehflügler. Nach links. Ziel erkannt. Feuer. Achtung! Treffer. Dasselbe Ziel. Schuss. Treffer. Feuer einstellen.
Boom! Holy shit! Oh man. Love to see it. Hey, that was a good hit.
Panzergranate. Drehflügler. Nach links. Treffer. Feuer einstellen.
Oh, big boy bombs. Boom. The sounds are so good, man. Alright, let's move our guys up.
Panzergranate. Panzer. Nach links. Feuer einstellen.
See another moving up.
Panzergranate. Panzer. Nach links. Ziel verloren.
I did see another moving up until everyone else shot in his direction and blinded me.
Feuer einstellen.
No, never mind. Problem solved. I kind of want to rerun this quickly to call in Cass right at the start and see if I can get the MiG-23 with rockets again, because I haven't seen a fixed-wing rocket attack before in the game. Stop here. Go to the after action, have a quick look through that. That was a good hit. Really close fab. That was a direct hit. Beautiful. Right in the side of the turret. Alright, let's do a quick rerun, because I want to see if I can get Rocket Boy back. And then we'll raid out, I think, because I need some dinner. It's getting pretty late. Just gonna call Cass all over. See what we get. Oops. Figure out where they're coming from as well. I think over here somewhere. Oh yes, here they are. Here they are. Let's just check what we got. Bombs, rockets, bombs, rockets. So we got 2 of each. Interesting. Oh, although there's a pair of jets that do a flyby at start usually. Sometimes they're MiG-23, sometimes they're Su-22s. These might be the flyby guys that I'm looking at. Oh no, they're my guys. Because they're turning to engage. Alright, let's see. One of them's already lined up. 2 of them are already lined up, actually. So this is a rocket guy. Boom. Oh. Oh. Jesus. I think that knocked him out. I think that might have just fucking brained the crew. Because the turrets aren't scanning or anything. Alright. We're going to call it there, because I'm hungry and tired, and like I said, it's going to be a shorter stream by my standards today. So, let me find someone I can send you to. Give me a moment here, chat. Twitch isn't cooperating. Pom is indeed on. Fen's on as well, but I'll send you guys to Pom, since Pom hasn't streamed for quite a while. He's just picked it back up in the last few days. So, that's where I will send you guys along to. There we go, all set up to go. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I know it was a little different than usual, but it is what it is. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, wherever you may be in the world. Stay safe, and I will catch you for the next one, whenever that is. I'm not sure if I'm going to be home this time next week. I might be visiting family. Don't know. I'll let you know if I'm not, but otherwise I'll see you guys then. Catch you later. Enjoy Pom.